Here we have assembled today to discuss the three key issues: technology, economy, and sustainability. This is very important in the present context, as India has already taken a concrete path towards transforming to achieve self-reliance and Atmanirbharta in all sectors of economic importance. You all know, whenever we talk about technology, sustainability is the main component. Technology would be considered as sustainable if it is acceptable to society, if it is affordable, implementable, and environment friendly. Therefore, we have designed the 2 days brainstorming meeting to cover 4 components of sustainability, that is sustainable health, sustainable nutrition, sustainable resource utilization, and affordable and accessible education. This event is part of TIFAC's Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. Briefly, each session would cover the sustainability issues at the backdrop of technology intervention. We now begin with the inaugural session of this brainstorming meet. It is a pleasure and proud privilege to have Dr. Rajiv Kumar, Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog, as a chief guest, who has kindly agreed to grace the occasion. Sir, may I now request you to join the dais? Dr. Rajiv Kumar is the Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog in the rank and status of a Cabinet Minister. He also serves as the Chancellor of Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, Pune, and Chairman of the Board of Governors of the Giri Institute of Development Studies, Lucknow. His experience in the multilateral financial institutions was with Asian Development Bank, Manila, where he spent 10 years before returning to India in 2004. He also worked as consultant to UNCTAD, UNIDO, and the World Bank. Due to official commitments, Dr. S. Chandrasekhar, Secretary DST, could not join this meeting. However, he has conveyed his best wishes for the event. Our next special guest for the day is Professor Devan Kakar, who has recently taken over as Chairman TIFAC. May I request you to join the dais, sir? Professor Kakar is the former director of IIT Bombay. He is known for his pioneering researches on polymerization. He has been awarded the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for S&T, one of the highest Indian science awards for his contributions to engineering science. We have another special guest amongst us, Sri Raja M. Shanmugam, who is the president of Tirupur Exporters Association. May I request you to join the dais, sir? He is the first generation entrepreneur, managing partner of Warsaw International, chairman of Alpha Needs India Private Limited, MD of JM Agro Wind Energy Private Limited, and chairman of the group with overall turnover of around rupees 300 crores. He has done pioneering work in the most progressive Tirupur cluster and steered towards achieving net zero emission target. We welcome you, sir. So, the eminent luminaries are joined by our executive director, Professor Pradeep Srivastava, on the dais. A few lines about him. Prior to joining TIFAC, he was a professor and head School of Biochemical Engineering, IIT BHU, Varanasi. He has an impressive track record of more than 20 years as an academician, as well as 10 years in biotechnology industries. Within a short span of time, Professor Srivastava has initiated a lot of programs towards technology piloting, assessment, and demonstration in TIFAC. It is felicitation time to honor a special guest and guest of honor. I now request our Executive Director, Professor Pradeep Srivastava, to honor Dr. Rajiv Kumar, the Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog. We welcome you, sir. And now request our Executive Director to honor our Chairman, TIFAC, Professor Devan Kakar. We welcome you, sir. Requesting our Executive Director to felicitate Sri Raja M. Shanmugam and welcome him. Hearty welcome to you, sir. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. I now request Professor Pradeep Srivastava, ED TIFAC, for his welcome remarks, please.
Thank you, Jansi. Good morning to one and all, to this August gathering in this hall today. I'm really very excited and feel privileged in extending a warm welcome to the dignitaries here and to the most revered and visionary Dr. Rajiv Kumarji, Vice Chairman Niti Aayog, Professor Devan Kakar, former Director IIT Bombay and Professor from IIT Mumbai and Chairman TIFAC Governing Council, and Dr. Raja Shanmugam, the President, MSME Cluster, Tirupur Export Association. I welcome you also. I also extend my welcome to the various officials, dignitaries, scientists present here in this hall this morning from various departments of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, and various other ministries and various other institutions. I welcome you all. As we all know, that the world has been through a very tough time for the last couple of years. We had a pandemic which was as gruesome like anything, the COVID-19 pandemic, and still we are into the process of through those sufferings. It has not have been only health suffering, it has been economic suffering, and it has been social suffering. We know the pandemic has significantly changed the dimensions of the world. The assumptions which we had about the growth models and the planet dynamics have been disrupted. Amidst all this, the wheel has to move, and we have to take on new initiatives for the society, for the globe. We know that the mantra today is technology renaissance for the next decade ahead. And once we talk of technology, we talk of sustainability in technologies. We talk of sustainability constraints in technologies. The constraints may be techno-economic constraints, eco constraints, and socio-centric constraints. But we must revive the use of technology for all these constraints. The suggestion for effective use of technology, which has to be efficient, adaptive, agile, and anticipatory for all such changes which are happening in the world today. And once we talk of technology, we talk of forecasting of technologies, assessment of technologies, evaluation of technologies, and demonstration of technologies, and piloting of technologies. We all know TIFAC, which is an autonomous institution of the Department of Science and Technology, has been into the process of its owning the responsibility of all these aspects of technology, understanding, and deliberation. During the COVID times, TIFAC has taken the initiative and its responsibility towards delivering to the clarion call of our Honorable Prime Minister for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And TIFAC had prepared many policy documents to mention action agenda for Atmanirbharta and white paper on technological interventions for Make in India post-COVID-19, active pharmaceutical ingredients, status and perspectives. All these documents were released and put to the government of India to take actions to devise routes to Atmanirbhar Bharat. We are also aware that during this process, TIFAC has an experience of preparing vision document. Technology Vision 2020 and Technology Vision 2035 is worth mentioning. And the agenda for Technology Vision 2035, the theme for Technology Vision 2035 was sustainable technologies. It has addressed various issues pertaining to Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and has defined roadmaps and action points therein. Today, when our Honorable Prime Minister looks for a vision, Technology Vision 2047, for whole of nation, when we are celebrating our Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, it is pertinent to mention, no vision would be complete if we do not address technology independence for our nation. This nation, which is completing its 100 years of independence in 2047, looks forward towards drawing a roadmap, towards designing a process, and towards identifying technologies to be taken up by our nation in various fields to achieve true Atmanirbhar Bharat. So with this preamble, this meeting of today, the brainstorming meet of technology and sustainability for transforming India, is being conducted, and the deliberations in this meeting would be a prelude to our next initiative of drawing and drafting Vision 2047. And I'm sure the various vertical themes which are being addressed, sustainable health, sustainable nutrition, sustainable resource utilization, and affordable and accessible education, will give us very bold lines to define policies, to define action points for whole nation to become Atmanirbhar Bharat. And we know that TIFAC will take the responsibility very succinctly and very effectively towards this activity. So I'm sure this meeting of today and tomorrow, wherein we are having a roundtable discussions with the people who are signature in their fields, be it health and nutrition, be it resource utilization, be it education, will give us sufficient points to think, to ponder, and to design a new roadmap for Atmanirbhar Bharat. With these words, once again I extend you all a very warm welcome and my best of the greetings to having made it yourself available this morning to this hall. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your welcome remarks and also for detailing the role played by TIFAC and also about our future plans. I now request our special guest, Sri Raja M. Shanmugam, President, Tirupur Exporters Association, to deliver a special address.
Very good morning to Nandal, the most respected Vice Chairman Niti Aayog, the most respected Chairman TIFAC, the most respected Executive Director TIFAC, and most respected dignitaries of the stage. I again pledge my thanks and honor given to me to be in this August gathering as a representative of an MSME cluster hailing from Tirupur. I just to give a brief about the cluster's origin and its present stage growth, attained growth. It was a minuscule village some 4-5 decades back, not even considered as a panchayat. But after getting onto this knitwear industrial activities, now it has become and got grown as a capital for knitwear produce of the entire country, holding 60% of the share, nation's share of manufacturing activities of that particular product. Not only that, it has attained and got grabbed 1.08% of the total exports happened out of the country in the last 1 year. So that is the greatest achievement. One small village got grown to this level and got grabbed this much of percentage of the entire export of a country is a historic event. And I just wrote a message to her Honorable Vice Chairman Niti Aayog that we have around 750 districts in the entire country. If each district could be promoted to have one cluster like Tirupur related to their chosen product line, we can easily attain $3 trillion exports alone very soon. It is not far away for our level. But unfortunately, we have been grabbed by a lot of clutches, which has been left over by the British. I wish that British legacies is still prevailing in all our administrative and all our arenas of the potential, which is hampering the potential growth to be attained by the country. So I thank Honorable Prime Minister who has initiated the vision, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, and it has been very much executed, started executing on ground with the aegis of Niti Aayog. So, but it has to get shaped very well. So as far as Tirupur is concerned regarding this sustainable workshop, which is so related to the achievements, what has been got proven on ground by Tirupur, because Tirupur was cursed for the pollution. And in the year 2011, we have been ordered to close all the dyeing factories by a court order, high court order, without providing any solution, either from the government side or from the court side. There was no solution, but order has been given and it got executed. And we Tirupurian, then only we got understood the menace, what has been created over the period by us. And we resolved to solve it permanently. And though there was no foolproof technique available across the globe for addressing this issue, we started integrating the scattered piecemeal solutions, whatever related to it available then, and got it coordinated and brought in practice the zero liquid discharge practice on the processing zone. So since 2011 onwards, we have incorporated the zero liquid discharge processing, which was first of its kind in the entire globe, and got it demonstrated very well, and it got it executed, and it got shaped up very well over the periods right now. So out of which we have addressed the pinching issue of this environmental issue factor, and as a side as a resultant factor, we got achieved the conservation of water to that extent. I used to tell that Sirapunji is supposed to be the highest rainfall receiver in the country. It might lose a day without rainfall, but Tirupur is not. Because through this zero liquid discharge practice, we secure water daily to the tune of 100 MLD. So that is the greatest achievement a cluster can do, and got it demonstrated. And second thing is, on the energy front, Tirupur cluster got connected load is 250 megawatt. Out of 250 megawatt, the Tirupurians got installed the green energy to the tune of 2000 megawatt of wind turbine and solar panels. So more than 8 to 9 times of its requirement, it got established and connected to the grid. So that is the highest achievement one cluster can do for itself. And third thing, sir, And third thing is that we have been again cursed for wood burning for the boilers used for the processing. Again, for that, we resolved to redo the last part of deforestation. I mean, whatever the deforestation has been done by us. To redo that, we just created one concept called Tirupur in forest. So under that, with the support of the new few of NGOs, we got planted in the last 6 years, we got planted 15 lakh trees around the cluster, and it has been well maintained. So these three are the major sustainable plank which has been talked about across the globe, for which Tirupur cluster has already accomplished the task. But I request Vice Chairman Niti Ayog to, under his order and under his guidance, TIFAC should take a lead role in documenting this and demonstrating to the nation as well as to the world. Because that it requires such much of recognition by our own authorities first, and then only it could be demonstrated to the world. And it could be made as a marketing tool also. And it could be made as a showcase for the other MSMEs clusters to be followed. So these are so relevant factors which has been done by a remote village. As far as the administration is concerned, we are in Delhi, but our place is situated in down south. And one lacuna, what I am seeing, and I am repeating it, at least for our Vice Chairman, I am just, it is a repetition from me, that I wish that Vice Chairman has to institute a thorough probe on the functioning of all the export promotion councils. Because we do have the export promotion councils, which is again a tutelage of the British legacies, because it is fact. The British wantedly created this kind of lobbying platforms just to limit the benefits, not to percolate down the line to the larger mass. So this was their intended practice entertained by them till they ruled our country, but still it continuing. So whatever these platforms, FPCs, EPCs, are just limited to the lobbying facts only. It doesn't allow the percolation to happen down the line. So that is the reason, in spite of having too many export promotion councils for the textile division alone, we have got relegated to 6th position as far as the global competition is concerned. So the unfortunate thing is we are being blessed with all three main factors to run this industry effectively and efficiently. That is, we are number one cotton producing country across the globe. And number 2 man-made fiber manufacturing country next to China. And number 1 having young workforce across the community of nations, because our age group, 65% of our population falls below 35 years of age group. So which has enormous potential to make use of this latent energy concretively and positively to promote and propel the growth of this industry, because this is again a labor-intensive industry. Because in the annals of our records, we still keep on maintaining and saying repeatedly that agriculture is the employment generator and provider. So which is not so true in this modern era, because automation is taking place day in, day out on the field only. So if an harvester enters into a field, it retrenches 100 jobs just over that area. So that means no more it is employment generator, and also it is becoming an employment retrencher. So on the other side, comparatively, if you take the garmenting industry, which is a design-driven industry, which requires the manual intervention, obviously, because automation has its limitation to the peripheries. The design accomplishment could be done only by the manual intervention. So India, like populous nation, needs to promote this industry very strongly and very considerably, it has to be given much attention. For which I am requesting that instead of EPs, Export Promotion Councils to be in functioning, let it be redesigned. And board-like structure need to be created on the happening center. So when it got created, then it got narrowed down to one objective of promoting that stream of industry, which would help the board also to get documented well of the case studies. And once the documented case studies have been done to such numbers, automatically it will help to replicate that successful formula elsewhere in the country. So right now, as far as this garmenting industry is concerned, we are having a less than 4% of international share. So comparatively, China is having 39% of share. And next to China comes Bangladesh, which is having 13% share. And next to Bangladesh comes Vietnam, which is having 12% share. And next to that, Cambodia comes with 8% of share. And Sri Lanka, tiny nation again, has around 4%. We are below Sri Lanka. So that is the fate of the present day situation. Amidst of that, Tirupur has clocked 1.08% of the total export of the country. So see the potential, latent potential available, and it need to be properly grouped, and it is need to be properly taken care to promote elsewhere also, because if we could able to develop our share, increase our share to 20%, imagine 8 more Tirupur is required, only for this product. So this is the greatest opportunity, and this Atmanirbhar Bharat thinking need to invoke all the lost out values of our administration, and it has to bring in new approach towards organizing all these latent potential, what is available right now, and it need to be converged for the betterment of the entire country. Thanks for giving me this great opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Shanmugam, for sharing your insights about the progressive Tirupur cluster. We are sure that the other MSME clusters have a lot to learn from the good practices followed by Tirupur. We have also noted your concern regarding the Export Promotion Council. We are hopeful to find solutions for that too. Thank you once again. I now request Professor Devan Kakar for a special address.
Thank you.
Dr. Rajiv Kumar, Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog, Mr. Shanmugam, who is the President of the Tirupur Exporters Association, Professor Pradeep Srivastava, Executive Director, TIFAC. We have members from TIFAC, scientists from our government departments, DST, DBT, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, and it's a pleasure for me, and I join Professor Srivastava in welcoming you all to this brainstorming session. I'd like to begin by congratulating TIFAC for organizing this brainstorming session on sustainability and technology, which are topics of great current importance. As is written over there, and as was mentioned by Ms. Jansi, we will have sessions on health, nutrition, resources, and education. And we have very eminent speakers in each of these sessions. Professor Srivastava has already mentioned a little bit about TIFAC. As the new chairman of TIFAC, I'm also learning about this organization. And, let me just say a few words about this. TIFAC is the nation's premier institution for technology forecasting and assessment. This is a really very, very critical function as far as this nation is concerned. And it has been around for a long time and has many accomplishments to its credit. Professor Srivastava mentioned some of them. I'd like to highlight the preparation of the Technology Vision 2035 report, which was prepared a few years ago. And Dr. Anil Kakar was chairman at that time, a person who has a great vision and great understanding of technology. And this report was quite comprehensive, is quite comprehensive, and it identifies the important technology areas for the nation. There are many recommendations and action points, and these have been taken up by several ministries. Niti Aayog has also been essentially conveying some of these to the different bodies and so forth. So this has become a valuable document for policymakers, and it is making an impact. So in that sense, TIFAC can be very proud of this achievement. And of course, this report was prepared with inputs from a large number of outside experts, but I think this is something that was quite significant. And TIFAC continues to promote the recommendations and continued further research in these areas. And what we are looking forward to is now preparing the next document, which is the vision for 2047, that corresponds to 100 years from our independence. In addition to preparing reports, and there have been several, including the recent one on APIs, which is very valuable, but TIFAC also has a number of programs related to promotion of innovation and technology. And these are also making a major impact. For example, the support to clusters, MSME clusters, is something that is very valuable, and Mr. Shanmugam is here through our connection through that program. There are programs on patent education, on various other support for various other kinds of projects. And, TIFAC is really doing a lot in this chosen area of technology forecasting and assessment. So I'm very glad that TIFAC has chosen to organize this brainstorming meeting, and I'm sure that it is going to help significantly in their work. With increasing human population, sustainability becomes a key issue, because resources are limited and demand keeps on increasing. And the famous economist Malthus, he essentially projected there would be a time when resources would run out. But that never really happened, and the reason is because technology has always played a key role to meeting the challenge between demand and supply. One simple example is that of food production, where we have seen over the millennia, we have started irrigation, fertilizers, new varieties, and now genetic engineering. Also, as was mentioned, mechanization. All of these advancements in technology have allowed us to feed an increasing population over the years. And this was never thought to be possible, but technology can have a major impact. My own area is higher education. I've been a teacher since 1987 or 86. And one of the things that I've come to realize is that delivering higher education is a very expensive proposition. And this is true all over the world. This is primarily because of the high cost of manpower. Now, if you look at an institution like, let's say, for example, an IIT, labs are expensive. There are many sophisticated labs, and it takes money to run them. But if you look at the budget of any of these institutions, 80% of the costs of running the institute are in salaries. This is because, teaching is very manpower intensive, and each teacher can usually address only a limited number of students. And the teaching becomes especially in classrooms, the teaching becomes ineffective as the class size becomes larger and larger, because the possibility of discussion and so forth reduces. But for more than maybe 15 years, many of us have been thinking of how we can make this whole education process more sustainable, particularly in terms of fewer teachers reaching more students. And one of the great proponents of this was Professor M.S. Anant, who's director of IIT Madras. And he started a program called Nptel, which stands for National Program on Technology Enhanced Learning. And through this program, the objective of this program was to have full lecture courses for every subject in every discipline of engineering. And so teachers from IITs, from IISc and other colleges were invited to prepare the full lecture course. These were recorded, there were assignments, there was a web version of the course, and all these things were developed. And before they were actually put up on the website, there was another team which reviewed these courses. And so, it was a very well produced lecture course. So it's just traditional lectures, but with, notes and so forth. And this, I think, is a great success story. Because, and I used to track this. Because these lectures were all just put up on YouTube. So there's a channel on YouTube called Nptel, and you can go and see it. And I used to go and track how many students are accessing it. And literally, there are millions of students, not just from India, but around the world, who are accessing it. And, if you go and read the comments, you'll feel very heartened, because they're full of praise for, the clarity of the lectures and how it has helped them and all. I've even seen some professors from some of the universities outside saying, okay, I wanted to learn this particular subject in communication engineering, and this set of lectures was very useful. So it's a great resource, and I think it points the way towards, being able to reach a lot of people at a very, very modest cost. But what I have seen is that most of us teachers are quite reluctant to bring technology into the classroom. Both teachers and students, what they like best is if the teacher takes a piece of chalk and writes on the board. And even today, it's the same thing, that, in the pandemic, I have continued to teach, and so I had to quickly learn how to deliver a course online and try and be effective online. And though, a little bit of experimentation was required, but now the tools are available, and so you can do it quite effectively. And I was quite comfortable very soon in delivering and, judging, at least from the performance of the students in the tests and examinations. The students were also being able to get the material that we were trying to disseminate. So what I found through this pandemic is that really this type of online teaching is quite effective. And I think that it can be certainly scaled up. Things like evaluation and so forth, those were tricky, and we need a lot of innovation there. But in terms of delivery, in terms of discussion and so forth, online teaching is quite straightforward. And really it's only in a few areas that we need some more innovation as we go forward. So this is just one example where I think use of technology can make the process really much more sustainable. In our country, we are becoming much more self-reliant. There are many programs, and Vice Chairman will tell us about them because they are taking the leadership in many of these. There are many national missions which are promoting technology. The most exciting one that is starting now is the Semiconductor manufacturing mission, which is going to have an investment of about $10 billion, if I am not mistaken. That will have huge repercussions across all fields. There are missions on quantum computing. That's a very new area. It's going to have a huge impact in the time to come, and certainly we have to be in there. I just met Professor Ajay Sood, who for many years has been leading the nano mission. That has been around for more than 10 years, and it's really made India one of the leading nations in nanotechnology research, at least if you look at in terms of the research output in terms of publications and so forth. So my point over here is that we have really strong capabilities in science and technology. And if you look at some of our major industries, whether you look at L&T or many of the Tata Group companies and so forth, you see that they are really quite excellent in research and development. And of course, we have a huge manufacturing industry, starting from MSME, which is competitive worldwide, to the largest of industries like maybe Tata Steel, which is one place where I've been very often. And so there is a lot of capability, and I'm sure that as we go forward, we can enhance our capabilities and address the new challenges, particularly related to sustainability. It was really wonderful to hear the great work that is being done in the Tirupur cluster, where they have zero liquid discharge and they are generating 100 million liters per day of water, that they're generating 2000 megawatts of electricity through renewable means and feeding it to the grid, which is also quite wonderful. And these kinds of efforts clearly show how technology can make a big difference, and the recommendation that he has made that these achievements should be publicized and used as a marketing tool. I think that your products should get a green label, which would really give them a big competitive edge in the international market. So we've already had a very interesting talk from Mr. Shanmugam indicating what the possibilities are, and I don't want to stand between you and our main speaker, Vice Chairman of the Niti Aayog, Mr. Dr. Rajiv Kumar. I'm sure he has more interesting things to say. So I'm looking forward to a very interesting and fruitful set of deliberations in the next 2 days, and I hope that this will give us some core ideas to take forward in the next couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, sir, for your valuable remarks and for your continued guidance to TIFAC and all its activities ever since you have taken over. I now request Dr. Rajiv Kumar, Vice Chairman Niti Aayog, our chief guest, to deliver his inaugural address.
Good morning, everyone, and real pleasure and privilege to be here for the Atmanirbhar Vision session conference workshop for 2 days. Dr. Srivastava, Dr. Kakar, Mr. Shanmugam, and friends here. It's really a very timely get together, the workshop, an attempt, because we really do need all that we can achieve in technological progress to take the country forward. Just a few words about TIFAC, which is that I've followed TIFAC really from the very beginning in 1988, because Y.S. Rajan used to be a good friend. And I was then the Ministry of Industry in the Bureau of Industrial Costs and Prices as member economics. And the Bureau of Industrial Costs and Prices had this very different set of people, which is that we used to combine economics, technology, and costs to assess the industry's efficiency and cost of production. So the teams used to be integrated and work together, which is how we got in touch with Dr. Rajan. And then I went to the Ministry of Finance until 1995, and TIFAC at those days was starting and needed resources, and so and he recognized my deep interest, even though I'm an economist, on science and technology policy, because I've always believed, and I continue to believe, that technology is the only thing which separates Homo sapiens from every other species. I mean, that's really what it is, isn't it? Whether we go to, even in the food gathering stage, when we were all together, we must have discovered the first stick to break the higher mango, which the others could not. Or in the food hunting stage, we must have discovered the spear or the bow and arrow, which is technology, if you like. And then the fire came along, and we could cook. So technology has been the differential between us and everybody, and that's what the cortex up there, enables us to do. And I remember one historical fact, which is that Genghis Khan conquered the whole world out of this remote country called Mongolia, where I used to work, as a principal chief economist for the ADB, just because they discovered two technologies. One was the short bow, on which they could stand up on their ponies and shoot the arrows as they galloped along, and took the enemy by surprise, and he went right. And the second one is that they discovered the technology for air drying meat, and they could put that meat in a small bag under the saddle, and they didn't have to camp at night to cook their food. They would just get out and mix that in their water, and as a result of which always surprise the enemy by reaching earlier than what they had thought they would anticipate. And imagine what he achieved by those just two technologies. And this is very well documented in National Geography and other places as to how that man, starting from Mongolia, conquered up to Europe, as it were, and then went down to Babylon and so on. So technology is, and you've seen this. First industrial, second, third, fourth industrial revolution, and now we are in the midst of the new industrial revolution, which promises to change the world, the way we're going to live. In any which way, every which way, whether it's artificial intelligence, or it is robotics, or it is Internet 3, or whatever. And I think this is where we need to really be very careful that we don't want to be left behind. And TIFAC's mandate is that. And TIFAC's mandate is to say that if there are these 3 or 4 emerging technologies, where are they headed? Which are the latest? So whether it's, I get these notes from the Chinese science and technology developments. They've actually pretty much gone beyond quantum computing now. They are into, their speeds of the computing is actually just mind-boggling. So I think, and I'm, as I speak, I think as a country, we haven't emphasized this enough. The R&D expenditure of our country still remains below 1% of our GDP. And has declined. And of that, and that's just not on. Korea spends nearly 4%, of its GDP, and so do the U.S. So we haven't, and now I think with the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, who is an absolute technology supporter, fan, he knows that the solution for India lies in technology, whether it's education. If you're going to increase your higher education enrollment from mere 27%, which it is today, and it is 84% in Korea and 78% in the US, to those levels, you will have to create, if you want to do it physically, you'll have to create about 40 million new seats. Impossible. You can't do it. So it has to be hybrid. The click and brick and the MOOCs and and technology-driven class teaching, etc. And I went to National University of Singapore, I think in 2002, and there I saw the classroom where and this wonderful famous teacher, professor, took me to his lecture. Hardly 10 people sitting there. And I said, what's going on? He said, well, they're all listening to my lecture in the gardens and in the canteens and in their rooms, because all of this is being, as a podcast at the moment. And everything since then and before was digitized and recorded. So every student could actually access whoever lectures they wanted to from those digital libraries. That's where we want to go anyway. And I'm giving this example simply to say that there is no way, whether it is health or education or resources, where technology is not going to be critical going forward, because we won't be able to meet our, goals or aspirations without that. But at the same time, and I don't tire of saying this, we must recognize, all of us here and everywhere, that we are the only country in the world history, which has to achieve both its goals of growth and growth and sustainability simultaneously. Everybody else has done it sequentially. That let's grow first. The transition from low income to middle income to higher income countries was achieved by all the OECD advanced economies in a sequential manner, and we are facing the consequences of that. China has done the same. We can't afford, for our sake and for the sake of our planet, there is no way that India's per capita energy consumption, which is about 1,200 kilowatt hours per day. The world average is 3,000. America consumes 27,000 kilowatt hours per capita. Even if we go to world average, if you are going to triple your per capita consumption, you can't. If you do it thermal way, if you do it the fossil fuel way, gone, finished. Us and that's probably what happened to the dinosaurs. They didn't realize that this is what is going to happen. They didn't adapt, they didn't mitigate. And that's for us. But what a big challenge. A challenge where, and this is, I think, what should excite every scientist and every technology, that you have a challenge in this country, that you're going to be the first country in the world which will grow from $1,000 per capita, or now at the moment, let's say $2,000 per capita, to $10,000. 5 times you've got to increase before you become a middle income country. But at the same time, you've got to reduce the energy intensity and the resource intensity of your GDP. I've been talking for some time about what I call a resource-light GDP, a resource-light economy, whether it's water or it's, or natural or aluminum, whatever, steel, unless and that's what TIFAC could do. How to make India a resource-light economy, and not just in terms of energy. Let's estimate, if we can, and it's a challenge. What is the resource quotient? What is the resource coefficient of every unit of our GDP? And I'm sure it's possible, one way or the other. And then calculate as to how this elasticity could be brought down as we go forward. I think that's something that we need to. So I think, but at the same time, I know our scientists have achieved a lot. Our growth of our technologies, our patents and so on is much higher than the advanced economies in the fields of chemical and agriculture and technology. And yet, if you notice, I used to be a member of the National Security Advisory Board about 10 years ago or longer, and there we did a paper and found out that China and us were together in terms of number of papers published and patents granted, etc. I think they are now 3 times ours, at least, if not more. Now, what has happened? What have we gone wrong? So I think we've achieved a lot. So we should, we need to feel good about that. But at the same time, it's clear that any level of complacency or sort of a great deal of satisfaction is not warranted where we are at the moment. So I think it's wonderful to see that you've chosen sustainability as the topic, and you've got health and nutrition and education and resources as the 4 pillars that you've got. And I want to, under each one of these, point to you towards a slightly different way of looking at things, maybe. For example, in health, we talk about digital health stack, and we talk about point of communication, diagnosis, PCOD, and all of that is being done. I want to point you towards the technology and the effort required to create a system of integrated medicine in this country. We have completely not recognized, we have sort of totally neglected our centuries-old tradition of Ayurveda and Siddha. Homeopathy has come from Germany, so I'm not going to include that, or for that matter, Unani. And we have set up a committee, and of which people like Rajesh Bhatkar, the father of Param, is a member, and others, Valyathan and Rajesh Bhushan Patwardhan and Sareen from Biliary Sciences and people from AIIMS. It is, that we have to shift from mapping the DNA to mapping the gut microbia now. And the gut microbia now is 95% different for each human being, while DNA is about 97% common. And gut microbia is the basis of Ayurveda. And that's what they do, and they have techniques there to try and change that, etc. Why are we not working much more on integrating the science, the two sciences? Why do we think that our own Ayurveda is inferior in some respect, and that it is quackery, and that we only want to do mixopathy? I'm not, a lot of research is required, and I think this is critical. Professor Valyathan published his first paper on bio-Ayurveda long ago, and he gave us that lead to talk about it, but not happening. Why not? So I'm very glad to see that on your health session you've got Rajesh Kotecha coming here to talk about the other, and with Guleria, and I hope you will be able to work that together. And my own understanding is that this will be the new breakthroughs in health technology going forward. And I've talked to leading private sector people, Kiran Majumdar Shaw, or other ladies in the world. They all know that if there are going to be breakthroughs, it's not going to be in an inorganic chemical-based medicine. It's going to be in biochemical, and it's going to come out of this sort of an integration. So that's one area that I thought I'll point you towards, and I hope we'll take that forward. On education, I think this idea of the Nptel, thanks for saying that, Professor. New to me, I've learned, and I think this is something that we need to really scale up in a very big way in every subject, in every discipline, if we can. And this is something that the Ministry of Education should take up as soon as possible. But here again, the new thought that I have, the different thought, is that what happens to early childhood learning? Our children from the age of 1 to 6 are, their nutrition, 50% of them are undernourished. A large number are in some senses stunted. And Anganwadis don't work as the way, and I visited some, there is, and I've seen. But if you don't develop the child's brain from the age of 1 to 6 or 1 to 4 actually, it's over. Because that's when the neurons get developed. And if the neurons don't get developed at that stage by huge amount of external stimulus, whether it is different, by traveling or toys or digital, what's the technology to bring the latest stimulus and varied stimulus to the children of that age? Because otherwise they are destined to be the backbenchers. When they go to grade 1 at the age of 6 and they've not had this preschool learning, that all of our children get that because that's our background at home and everywhere else. But 85% of children don't get it. So what is the technology to be able to do that? So early childhood learning is something that TIFAC should be, in my view, should be focusing at. So what to do to bring that there? So I think that's on education. On resources, which is really intimately connected to climate change and the planet, etc., and global warming, we are told now that adaptation and mitigation is not going to suffice. You've got to reverse the carbon in the atmosphere and bring it back into the soil. Because otherwise, even in this 20-year window that we've got, this is what most people tell me. I'm working with the Deputy Secretary General of the UNEP, Mr. Professor Dr. Satya Tripathi, and he tells me 20 years it is and no more after that. How do you bring back carbon in the soil? Carbon capture and utilization has been talked about for a long time, not made much success. We held a conference recently under Dr. Saraswat. The way out, very surprisingly, friends, is agroecology, chemical-free farming. which is sometimes taken as a old traditional nonsense, revivalist thing, go mutra dharit, go adharit. No, there's a science to it. And the Institute of Soil Sciences in Bhopal, which was set up by the British, tells us that at independence, the organic carbon content in our soil was 2.5%. 1.5% is required to keep the soil arable. Today in India, the national average is shockingly 0.4%. We made our soil inarable. We have desertified our land. And we keep talking about Vasundhara and Sujalam, etc. To what end? We are just dumping the chemicals into that soil, as a result of which the urea is now finding its way into the aquifers. And lo and behold, and I hope it's not true, people tell me that you find urea even in mother's milk now. So that's the extent. There are cancer trains running from Bhitanja to Bikaner. Another one is coming up in Orissa. The kind of diseases that we've had so far, is all a result of the excessive use of chemicals. 16 sprays on your apples that you grow. And then and my father used to tell me that don't peel the apple because all the vitamins are there. If I don't peel it now, I'm going to only sort of consume only the chemicals that are on it. So agroecology, for 3 years, we have been pushing it in Niti Aayog. Finally, now, I know, as I said, the Honorable Prime Minister is so keen. He addressed it publicly to about 70 million farmers on the 16th of November, and the budget includes it. I think that's the way to go, because chemical-free agriculture increases organic carbon in the soil. Now it's proven from many agricultural universities. This is evidence that people who do this have increased the organic carbon from 0.4 to 0.7%. No less than a person, Acharya Devbrat, who's the governor of Gujarat, has experimented this on his farm in Kurukshetra and now opens. So why not? Water usage reduction is 50% in agroecology because you don't need water for cropping, you need moisture. But I can go on because this is something that I'm passionate about. But just to point towards you, TIFAC and our scientists need to look at the science behind agroecology. What happens, when you practice chemical-free farming? How does the microbia, the ground microbia, increases? Why do earthworms come back, and what do they achieve as a result of that? I think talk to Walter Yane of Australia, an agroeconomist, and he will tell you that there is a whole science behind it and how. So on resources, let me point, because water, we have brought out a report in Niti Aayog which says that there is an emergency today. 4% fresh water, 16% population, 90% used in agriculture, all wasteful. Where are we going? Dark zones increasing. So we need to. So no point shutting off your tap while you're brushing your teeth. Might as well do that as well. But that's not going to solve the problem. The problem is elsewhere. So that's the. So I think, friends, as I said, on education, health, nutrition, I included as a part of health. So I'm not, except of course to point out that we need to face the fact that 50% of our women are still anemic. So there is no food shortage, but there is a nutrition scarcity in this country for our children and for our women. What do we do? For example, nobody propagates the fact that if you take iron tablets without vitamin C, the iron is not absorbed, and so therefore it's useless. So who is going to propagate this and say this to our, and the NFHS 5, the National Family Health Survey, 5th, has come up with results which are mixed, which are not only one way, which they should have been. So we need to take care of those things as well. Finally, I want to say 2 points. One is that I notice that as in every other discipline, and this is why it's not anything but our scientist friends, every aspect of our economy and country, we are totally fragmented. We work in our silos. We don't reach across, the other people around, and we don't work together. For example, TIFAC and Atal Innovation Mission would be very natural partners to work together because their business is to set up an innovation ecosystem, which is yours. So why have we not got collaboration? And my fault too, I hadn't thought about it so far because I could have brought that together. But maybe we can learn and similarly many other things. I was chairing a committee which tried to bring about science and technology clusters in 5 cities. Delhi has 43 publicly funded science and technology establishments. How many work together? And that's the way, and we've appointed CEOs in all these cities whose only job, whose mandate is to make this interaction seamless across, whether it is the National National Physical Lab or IIT or AIMS or Statistical Institute. There's time now to get a seamless thing going. When I reached Oxford to do my DPhil, my warden handed me a card and said, my dear Mr. Kumar, you can now have access to 46 libraries in this city. Why can't we do that? That anybody who joins any institute in this city can have access to every possible library and lab. So that's one part, which is the silo part. The second part, I think, is that we must accept that some of our best go abroad, and we need to bring them back. We are very good. We are, whatever we are, there's no point, there's no comment. Professor said, Kakar said that, we have got a lot of talent, but I'm sure we will agree that bringing back some of the talent from abroad would help us, because they are there. And I think, and this is again a committee that I chaired with Professor Tarun Khanna at Harvard, we need to devise some very, imaginative, positive, creative schemes to bring them back and make them feel welcome amongst us and give them all the flexibility. Sometimes we don't, and let's face the fact that I know of CSIR fellows for a very long time. I think we need to and integrate them with the labs and the universities and all of this. So that's, and finally, and I'm sure I've already overstayed my welcome, which is that if you prepare another vision document, Professor Srivastava, like you did this wonderful thing in 2035, like we've been doing in the erstwhile Planning Commission, along with the vision statement, let's also have a statement of how we will be going to achieve that vision, the time frame for that vision, the outcomes which are measurable for that vision, and the output which can be evaluated for that vision. Because very often, my 5 years in Niti Aayog have taught me that in this country we mostly know what we have to do. It is how we have to do it that we can founder upon. So I think maybe your vision should have a separate chapter, because otherwise it becomes sometimes a wish list, and that is where it remains. And which is why somebody whom I used to respect, Professor Raj Krishna, professor at Delhi School of Economics, used to say, oh, here we come up with the 8th version of the same plan. This is what his famous statement was. So let's not have that. Let's create a vision document which is evaluatable, which we can evaluate, and for which we can have milestones and time frame and outcomes, well defined, even if not outcomes, at least outputs. How to be achieved that. I think if we do that, we'll set a new paradigm for science and technology development, and I'm sure TIFAC will continue to blaze a trail as it has done in its last 34 years. Thank you all very much for inviting me.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv Kumar, for the enlightening words of wisdom and for the interesting insights with examples, and also for flagging the role of TIFAC, which can be taken up possibly to strive towards making a country resource-light economy, and also for the suggestions for coverage in the forthcoming technical sessions. We have now come to the end of the inaugural session, and it is time now for the vote of thanks. I request my colleague, Dr. T. Chakradhar, scientist from TIFAC, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Jansi. Good morning to you all. Respected Chief Guest, Honorable Vice Chairman Niti Aayog, Dr. Rajiv Kumar Sir. Special guest, respected Chairman, TIFAC Governing Council, Professor Devan Kakar. And our special guest, Sri Raja M. Shanmugam, President, MSME, Tirupur Exports Association. And our beloved, respected Professor Pradeep Srivastava, Executive Director, TIFAC. Distinguished panelists, delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I deem it a great privilege to stand here today to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of TIFAC to our chief guest, Dr. Rajiv Kumar, Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog. I place on record our deep sense of gratitude to you, sir, for gracing this occasion with your presence and enlightening us with your inspiring and insightful address. Your presence has really added high relevance and grandiosity to this event, and thank you so much, sir, for your comments. And here, our respected Secretary DST, Dr. S. Chandrasekhar, couldn't join us due to his prior engagement. We owe a great debt of gratitude to him, sir, and for his constant support and encouragement provided to TIFAC, and we always look forward to his guidance. I am honored to place on record our deep sense of gratitude and sincere thanks to Professor Devan Kakar, Chairman, TIFAC Governing Council. Sir, we are grateful to you for reposing faith and motivating us in organizing this event, sir. And we are really thankful to you for being with us today and guiding us through your inspiring speech. And I am privileged to convey our sincere thanks to our special guest, Sri Raja M. Shanmugam, is the President, MSME Cluster, Tirupur Exporters Association. Thank you, sir, for your presence and for providing us a different dimension to this event by giving industry and MSME perspective on the topics today we are going to deliberate, and we are really honored. Here I would like to mention an event of this importance requires a meticulous planning, execution, support, and an eye for detail. I express my grateful thanks to Professor Pradeep Srivastava, Executive Director, TIFAC, whose motivation, encouragement, and support at every step in organizing this event and made this a grand reality. Thank you so much, sir. And my heartfelt thanks are due to all distinguished experts, panelists who are stalwarts in their respective domain and all whose contributions have made the nation proud. I could see my teacher and mentor, Professor Punjab Singh, and Madam Sita Nayak, Dr. Arvind Kumar, Dr. Rishi Bhatnagar, who are going to guide us in these 2 days. And sir, thank you all for accepting our request to be part of this brainstorming meet and giving generously of your time from otherwise a busy schedule. Sirs and madams, without your consent and knowledge contribution, organizing this brainstorming meeting would not have been possible. We sincerely acknowledge your presence with heartfelt thanks. On behalf of TIFAC, I convey sincere thanks to all delegates and participants from various ministries, departments, and other agencies for your presence. I am sure your participation will add depth and value to the content and deliberations we are going to have in the next 2 days. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Sri Mukesh Mathur, Scientist Staff and in charge Finance and Admin, TIFAC, and his team for their enormous cooperation and support in organizing this event. I am extremely happy to be able to draw upon the willing support of TIFAC colleagues and staff, their proactive involvement in organizing this event, which made the task more easier. And last but not the least, I would like to appreciate and thank our energetic and enthusiastic young professionals who have diligently worked hard and put a lot of efforts in organizing this brainstorming meet, and I'm sure your efforts are going to fructify with the grand success of this event. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I now take the privilege of inviting the dignitaries on the dais for a cup of tea and request all the participants and our respectable panelists to join us. Thank you all very much indeed. Stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
We'll break now for tea and assemble back after a 15-minute break for the session 1. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience.
You will moderate. I'll moderate. मतलब not presentation. तो issues के बाद discuss करते हैं. Questions सबने को दिए. हाँ उसमें है ना. That Jansi will do. She will introduce. Jansi किधर है? बाहर है.
Welcome you all to the first technical session on sustainable health. The World Health Organization, WHO, defines sustainable health as a system that improves, maintains, or restores health while minimizing negative impacts on the environment and leveraging opportunities to restore and improve it. The COVID-19 pandemic has left the global community in a helpless situation. Therefore, time has come to work on the concept of One Health, which is a collaboration of multiple disciplines working locally, nationally, and globally to attain optimal health for people, animals, and our environment. The goals of sustainability in healthcare are in the three main areas: protection of public health from the adverse effects of climate change, transformation of the global healthcare supply chain, promoting leadership in environmental health. The issues for discussion in the panel today are how to ensure sustainable healthcare in a so heterogeneous and divergent society in India, how to strengthen the rural healthcare delivery system, how to strengthen the future pandemic prediction system to attain Atmanirbharta in indigenous development of medical devices and for manufacturing of the active pharmaceutical ingredients, the APIs. Now I request the honorable panelists for the session to join the dais. Professor Punjab Singh, former DG ICAR and former Vice Chancellor BHU. Dr. Amulya Kumar Panda, former Director, National Institute of Immunology, NII. Dr. Jitendra Kumar, Director, Accord Super Specialty Hospital, Faridabad. Dr. N.N. Khanna, Advisor, Apollo Group of Hospitals. He's just on the way. He's about to reach in a few minutes. Three of our other panelists are unable to join today. Dr. Andeep Guleria, Director, AIMS. Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha, Secretary, Ayush. They have regretted due to urgent official commitments. And Dr. Manisha Sridhar, she's unwell due to sudden flu, so she's also not joining us. So we'll be having 4 panelists today. I request our Executive Director, Professor Pradeep Srivastava, to welcome the panelists.
Thank you, Jansi. I welcome you all once again to this very important meeting on technology and sustainability for transforming India. We can talk about technology, we can discuss about sustainability, but it becomes more important when we talk about transforming India with these two perspectives. As I spoke in my earlier session, that the themes entailing upon transforming India are sustainable health, sustainable nutrition, sustainable resource utilization, and affordable and accessible education. And in this session, we are starting our discussion with the first theme, that is sustainable health. As usual, health happens to be the very important issue for every citizen of this country, every person on this globe. And once we talk about health, the sustainability in the health, and the way to have approach sustainable health, the roadmap for the sustainable health, the means to have a good health, and issues when we falter in having good health, they are all very important. Very recently, we have gone through a tough time of having pandemic, COVID-19. We have realized the importance of health. We have seen so many deaths occurring, so many suffering across the globe, not only in India, but across the globe. The numbers used to tick up every day, every minute, and probably the whole world was through a process of suffering and agony and pain. Probably the best of the medical practitioners, best of the health workers, and the best of the health policymakers could not decode what was it and how was it. TIFAC undertaking its responsibility to prepare our nation, to prepare our society for any such future pandemic, any such future occurrences, has undertaken this very important and a massive responsibility to decode the path of sustainable health, to support the life system on the earth by designing and drafting policies and roadmap towards it. We know, if we refer to the COVID-19, we refer to the health, and we refer to the health. Health as such cannot be talked in isolation. We need to talk about the nutrition involved in the health management, and we need to talk about the immunity, innate immunity of the people who are involved into health management, or at the personal level. These all things becomes very important. We have been having these interactions in the society at all levels when we talked about immunity of people who are getting suffered from COVID-19. Probably the whole society forgot about all those diseases which they were suffering from, all those issues which they were being afflicted upon. Everything focused on an understanding of health, survival, immunity, and all that. We know that if you are talking about health and nutrition, we also need to discuss about what are the ways to combat all this problem. What are the medicines to be talked about? What are the processes to be talked about? What are the devices to be talked about if you are talking about health and nutrition? And all this, I know an hour and a half of a discussion would not be sufficient enough to discuss every point on it, but still, this discussion would open a window for all the participants and for the TIFAC to take on newer discussions, newer identification of other issues and other nuances involving human health and sustainable human health. As informed, we had a good panel of discussion, panelists over here. We had Dr. Randeep Guleria, the director of AIMS. Unfortunately, due to sudden requirement at the government level, due to again an uprise in the COVID, he has stated his inability to join. Another doctor, another clinician, and a noted cardiologist of Delhi, Dr. N. Khanna, he's a professor of cardiology, intervention cardiology. He's also supposed to join, but probably he's stuck up. He just called me to inform that he's stuck up with some of his angioplastic process, where some patient is getting serious. So he said, the moment he finds little time, he'll join me, maybe in another 15-20 minutes or so. But still, we have three eminent personalities sitting on the dais. We have Dr. Jiten Kumar, the noted nephrologist of Delhi and the director of Accord Hospitals. He has more than 500 renal transplant to his credit. Dr. Jiten Kumar has been serving the society not only as a nephrologist. It is my pertinent responsibility to inform the August gathering that during COVID also he initiated a hospital, COVID hospital, maybe like 300-bedded COVID hospitals and a makeshift hospital to address the cause of COVID. So this is the level of dedication what Dr. Jiten Kumar has for the society. I welcome you, sir. We have another friend of mine. It's not to be called as a friend, he's a teacher to me rather. Dr. Amul Panda. And pertinent to again to mention that he's not been a teacher, he's a classroom teacher to me. apart from being a class, is a teacher and a mentor to me, and a professional mentor to me. Dr. Amul Panda, he has been a noted researcher and a bioengineer. He was a director of National Institute of Immunology, an institution of Department of Biotechnology, where he has been involved in the designing production of and processes for a lot of biopharmaceuticals, vaccines, etc. And the last but not the least, the most revered, again my mentor, Professor Punjab Singh. He has been the erstwhile Vice Chancellor of Banaras Hindu University, and he has been with the Government of India as a Secretary, Department of Agricultural Research, and his vast experience on nutrition issues pertaining to agri-biotechnology would definitely add a lot of home takeaways for all of us, for the TIFAC team, when they are trying to discuss about the sustainable health in this session. I am privileged to moderate this session, and I'm really thankful for all the panelists in accepting the request to be here this morning. I think I've been given some responsibility to stick to some of those identified issues for discussion. And we talk about, I'll just go back to the identified issues on health. You know, the World Health Organization has defined sustainable health as a system that improves, maintains or restores health while minimizing negative impacts on the environment and leveraging opportunities to restore and improve it. Probably all the health managers, right from the clinicians to the paramedical staff to the policy makers on health, need to have a clear understanding, and more pertinently at this time during the COVID times and the post-COVID times, about the health issues which have to be addressed. And probably it becomes a very comprehensive understanding to be developed upon once we are addressing. We cannot work in silos for addressing various health issues, and that has become very evident during the COVID. Probably it just did not happen to remain as a medicinal process. It didn't remain only as a immunity issue. It didn't remain as a cardiology issue. It didn't remain as a pulmonary issue. The whole COVID management involved a concerted and a comprehensive effort by whole medical fraternity. So, once we talk about this sustainable health, the issues for discussion would be how to ensure sustainable health care in such a heterogeneous and divergent society in India. We have seen there have been population who did not happen to suffer from any of these COVID issues. If we refer in the terms of COVID, there have been population who is more prone to have diabetes dispensation. There's a population, there's a specific tribe in Bastar which has issues with anemia. There are specific population in Indo-Gangetic belt which suffers from GB carcinoma. So probably we need to address these issues when we talk about the sustainable health. So what are the issues which need to be evaluated once we are defining a roadmap for the health management for a society, for a population, and for a group? And that is the protection of the public health. How can the public health can be protected during pandemics like this? We know that if we refer to our last meeting which TIFAC organized during the second COVID wave, that was Science and Technology Resurgent Approach for COVID, wherein we had a couple of participants from the US also, and then we were like, the whole of India was reeling after procurement of certain monoclonal antibodies, tocilizumab and imdimumab, if I may correctly emphasize upon. My senior friend Dr. Panda might like to have say something on the availability of these monoclonal antibodies in India and the process of production of these monoclonal antibodies in India as a dire requirement for maintenance of health. We have issues with availability of these medicines, the research on these medicines, and the research on these technologies. The process modifications while handling COVID patients might be something which my senior friend and colleague Dr. Jiten Kumar would like to speak upon. And then the whole issue of nutrition and immunity to be talked about by very revered Professor Punjab Singh. So with these words, I open the discussion, and I would request the esteemed panelists to please put their thought on these issues with reference to sustainable nutrition and health. Thank you.
Who will start?
So I may request Dr. Amul Panda to initiate his discussion on the sustainable health vis-a-vis with reference to the availability of these medicines, monoclonal antibody medicines, biologicals, and all that, what probably he might like to speak upon. Dr. Panda, please.
Thank you, Professor Srivastava. Is it on? No. I'm audible? Okay. I think I'll start with sustainability first. I think everybody is talking about sustainability, and I'll give an example. There is no better example than vaccine. You see, we are using vaccines for last 400 years, ever since Edward Jenner discovered it. Sulfur drug has come and gone, antibiotic has come and gone, biologics has come and gone, but vaccine stays. I don't think anybody has ever thought or reported a single case of vaccine resistance in last 400 years. No one. So this is the best sustainable medical intervention which the science and technology has given to the human being. It is cheap. You take once, forget about this COVID. We all know we take one DTTT, hepatitis once in a while. We are protected for lifelong. That's sustainability. I think this time has come, both from COVID and from the vaccination program. We must know what is the sustainability requirement for the health requirement. And let me tell you, this COVID has been, if you are in the field of healthcare, doctors, all set of things, this COVID has been real an eye-opener and actually an educator. Please remember, this COVID is going to stay here. And if you look back in the history, last 100 years, in 20th century, there are only 4 pandemics. The Spanish flu, the Hong Kong flu, the Asian flu, and the HIV. Look at last 20 years. We have already have 5 pandemics. SARS, MERS, COVID, H1N1, bird flu, as well as the one came on Nipah or something. Zika. 5. In 20 years, 5 has come. So please expect another 20 to come in the next 100 years. So if you want to develop a sustainable health program, we must know what is coming up in the future. We have spoiled our environment. I think Rajiv ji was telling, we have spoiled our healthcare system, we have spoiled our nutrition. We don't eat nutritious food. We are all deficient in micronutrients, these and that. And we don't protect our immunity. We have forgotten our old grandmother's advice. We have to develop our immunity. And please remember that sustainability, what Dr. Kumar was saying, we need to have an integrated development of healthcare system. Its time has come to get our old Ayurveda system. If you look back, talk to some Ayurvedic physician, he will tell immunity was defined by charak those days. If you see nowadays with COVID, you must have heard about immunity many times. Let me put it in a very strong word, very, very simple way, don't mind. Immunity is nothing but a system in the body who does two things. It protects the self, destroys the non-self. As simple as that. It protects the self, destroys the non-self. Go back to our Ayurveda and Charak. He has explained immunity like this. Needs agantuk, self, non-self. So its time has come to understand Ayurveda and develop our own immunity in a traditional way, but taking the scientific inputs. You cannot go back and look that. We need that scientific method of validation to prove that these are coming. I think these are the two lessons we must learn from COVID, that we need to protect our immunity. And you see what we have done. In spite of all these things, in a country like us, we have given vaccine to most of the people. 1.8 billion vaccine doses we have immunized. It's not an easy thing. You may say this vaccine is that, this vaccine is that, but the fact of the matter that in spite of all problem, we made our own vaccine. There may be mistake, there may be here or there. That means we all work together. This is the first time ICMR, DBT, CSIR, industry, hospital, doctor, there are differences. We fought, but at the end of it, we deliver. And most of us, I'm sure all are sitting here because we have taken 2-3 vaccines. Whether it is Covaxin or Covishield doesn't matter, but we need to go beyond that. So what we need to know is to understand what will be the disease in next 30 years and how can you adapt. See, we are not USA. Like if you go to a USA, we have now cancer therapies. Cancer is more or less curable. You take CAR T cell therapy or NK cell therapy, you use it, but one batch of CAR T cell or NK cell costs $200,000. We simply cannot afford. We need to integrate our methodology, our own way of understanding our Ayurveda, make ourselves more immune. It's like, prevention is better than cure. That's what the vaccine is. And I'll tell you, Dr. Srivastava was telling of making API last 30-40 years. If you see, we are a country known to be making generics. We are making antibiotics, we are making sulfur drugs. Everything was coming from China. Now government is asking make these generics or API. I have a different approach. I think because of this COVID, because we have started developing a new sanitation process, we are now using clean processes. So the infectious disease, as you see, use of antibiotics or cough, cold, they will be less. We have different diseases will coming in next 20-30 years. So the most important way to make yourself healthy will be to protect and make your immunity stronger. The future will be mostly immunotherapeutic in terms of maybe blood products, cytokines, antibody, vaccines. Think of you have malaria or any disease, you take one vaccine and get protected lifelong, something like TT or diphtheria or pertussis. That will be ideal thing. I think time has come to learn that. And please remember, last 100 years, whatever drug development and pharmaceutical development we did, the concept was kill the bug. Whether it is antibiotic or sulfur drug or antibody, kill the bug. That concept is changed now. Now the concept is not to kill the bug. Now the concept is heal the body. Don't kill the bug, heal the body. And that's what a vaccine does. A drug kills the bug, but vaccine clears the bug because the dead bug also creates problem in the body. So that when that concept is coming, the future will be to make more vaccines, more tangible vaccines, and we are the vaccine capital of the world. Think about hepatitis B. 20 years back or 25 years back, I know when I gave to my son, I paid 1,200 rupees. That was too much in 1990. Now, WHO approved best hepatitis B vaccine is produced in the country. This year rate is 12 rupees. The TTDT you get in 3 rupees. What more sustainability you can ask? So the point is the way we made vaccine, we made mistake, we couldn't supply. It is time rather than making API, we should work more towards developing this country as the vaccine capital of the world. Vaccine is not about only the antigen or the things. It's all about adjuvant. It's all about how to make vaccines. I remember during the vaccine supply last year, companies were not getting membrane, how to filter it, how to sterile filter. They didn't have enough chromatography media, how to purify vaccine. Remember, vaccine is always given to a healthy person. It's not a drug. We are taking COVID vaccine, that is different, but you need 100% purity and safety. Time has come, apart from making API, to make a sustainable health program, to make these things, make your own adjuvant. All companies, whether it is Serum Institute or biological even, they are all struggling to make their own adjuvant, because adjuvant come from some other country. If stop giving you adjuvant, you are gone. So you have to start making your own adjuvant, your own membrane, own media for growing the cells, own filters, own dialysis membrane. These are needed in huge amount, no doubt. We did wonderful thing in making those PPP kits and filters, masks, everything. But we have to go beyond that with new technology. I think these are the need of the day. We must develop our own integrated medicine, develop strong medicine, strong immunity using your own living system or societal system. There is a new area coming, nutritional immunity. I don't know how many of you know, the NABI, which is a part of DBT, is developing. They are making plants, like they have a banana which express vitamin D. You take one banana inside is all red, not white. You take one banana, your D supplement is taken care. Or they are expressing wheat, which has anthocyanins, astaxanthin expressed. So these are the things coming. Hopefully the nutritional immunity will come. Your own way of living, cleanness, sanitization, plus using many more thrust on vaccination and immunotherapeutics. That will be the future. I think we must develop, no doubt. There is Serum Institute of India, there is Panacea Biotech, or there is biological events, there is Santa Biotech, but we need more. Please remember, we are, the population-wise, our demand is huge. Like Rajiv ji was telling, we are short supply in water, air, we have all stringent requirement. I think the strategy should be, we should make optimized process, make more from less for more. I call it as a Gandhian engineering. Make more from less for more. Less means we have less infrastructure here. No water, no electricity, coal is depleting, everything, but we have more human people. We have to make more. I think that should be the goal of making. And something like, I want to give an example of ISRO. Look how ISRO is successful. It's not about making a rocket, but ISRO has hundreds of companies around it who make those ICs, small equipment, small parts, they assemble and make the things. Same way, you have to make the vaccine. It's not about making the vaccine. Somebody has to make the vaccine, somebody has to make the adjuvant, somebody has to make the filter, somebody has to make the membrane, somebody has to make the vials, stopper, syringe, needles, everything in a package. Then only we can meet our requirement. Because if we all make all of them indigenously, then we can give a TT or DT vaccine is 3 to 5 rupees. That's what we can give our people. I think that's what we need, and that should be the goal of making complete Atmanirbhar, so that each component, something like the way you make a missile or a PLSP, same thing like that, you have to make every component of a drug or vaccine here indigenously, then only you will be able to sustain. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Panda. One eminent understanding which I would like to develop upon from your talk, like certainly vaccination happens to be a big say for compliances at health level. Needless to say, with the new that the pandemic which we faced in this century, the COVID-19 has played its role in devastating role in the whole of nation and the whole of the world. Can we have an understanding, like, can there be any vaccination program or any initiative which can be taken at the mass level for improving upon the immunity of the people, not only from this current pandemic, but any such pandemic or any such issue which may crop up. Maybe tomorrow we have something like a climatic apocalypse. So what can be done like for such a situation? See, in the current pandemic, it has been the respiratory issues which have been affected and we have been suffering. There could be some issue wherein it can be like gastric issue, there can be some like suffering at the gastric level, maybe in the future, such a pandemic. Or it could be something with in reference to the neurological issues and things like. Probably these 2, 3 or 4 issues will be very prominent to be taken care if at a large scale level. And once we talk of immunity for the widespread social immunity, that's what I would like to get an understanding upon.
Basically, I'm not a doctor like ma'am is sitting here and they can tell more about that, but let me share you my understanding. Immunity cannot be developed. It develops the way you are born, from mother's womb till you became grown up. That is what. This advertisement you get immunity booster, atta, milk, this, nothing happens. Nothing works. Immunity are only developed the day you took bath in your mother's womb, those 360 days, and plus 12 years till you are adolescents. After that, nothing improves. So something like this, we are taught, quality by itself. You cannot develop quality, you have to inbuild that. Yes, ma'am.
Just to introduce myself, I am an immunologist.
Yes, that's what I thought. That's why I refer to you.
Yeah. So the fact of the matter is that, yes, very important part is what you're born with, and then the environment. And it's like everything else. You are given a heart, it works, and it stops working or works a little less, or the kidney works a little less because you insult your body through your environment, nutrition, your lifestyle, whatever insults you add to it. In years past, or in the older generation, or in my generation, we didn't have any of these environmental insults, so we had much less of them. Unfortunately, as the time goes by, the surroundings are beyond our control. So even if you try personally to improve yourself, somebody was talking about the apple this morning, there are a lot of things which are beyond our control. And these things do affect the immune system. It gets weakened. But everybody has an immune system. And unlike the heart or many other systems in the body, the basal system is so strong that you give it stimulus, it multiplies and attacks. So it's not, as Dr. Bharta was trying to say, this whole business of boosting immunity to face a forthcoming pandemic, I don't think that is really an approach we should even discuss.
Yeah, yes.
Holistic health, sustainable health is everything. Our environment, our eating habits, which will help all the other systems as well, your cardiac and neural and everything else. But this whole industry which has grown up around this immune booster, This is disgusting to tell you. I am not anti-industry, but it is a wrong industry. And people who, eat well rather than buy one of those tablets. It's like multivitamins. Every doctor prescribes multivitamins. Every prescription has a multivitamin. If you eat well, why do you need multivitamins? Everybody who reaches a doctor after the age of 60 will have a multivitamin. And every senior citizen who meets each other, what vitamin do you eat? It is part of the conversation. Which brand do you eat? This is better, that is better. So these are things which, fortunately, the good Lord is being kind with our bodies, but it is our responsibility to look after it. And if we don't, then we pay the price. But we cannot sort of set it right by taking these external agents, except when you have a deficiency. Like you have low functioning kidneys, you have to do things to correct it. But till that stage, I don't think, at least the immune system is very robust.
Thank you. I'll just add up little. Please remember, our body is designed in a thermodynamic way, to be very frankly. This has evolved to live certain time, then it will decay. If you think a 60-year or 70-year-old will have a glucose level of 110 so that you take insulin, I think that's not going to do. One day we all are going to die, sure. So please remember, this system has been designed and evolved over years to leave certain things at a certain stage of life. At 70 years old, you can take some boosters and growth hormone and start running, but your muscle is not going to support you. That's all. So enjoy life, and if remember, I am sure mom will support. Please remember old grandmother's nusk. Oh, बहुत जरूरी. I tell you, I have a doctor friend. They were studying research how the grandmother cuddles the baby, how that affect the brain development of the child. वो हल्दी लगा के जब पकड़ती है ना, वो पकड़ने के ऊपर कैसे ब्रेन डेवलप होता है वो रिसर्च. See, that's where the holistic medicine come. We have those methods, those warmthness, those massage, antibacterial, all these things, but that also matters. So those things develop till once you are adult, you are on yourself. God has given you every freedom. Either you spoil yourself or live happily. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Panda. And yes, I thank Dr. Nayak as well for her very pertinent inputs on it. Why we are talking about this sustainable health, because we have faced a pandemic like COVID-19, and we have seen the massive disruption which has brought not only to Indian society but for the globe. And probably what I intend to look forward is that what preparedness can be brought in the society, in the nation, and with the mankind, so that it can handle any such future pandemic, any such future onslaught which might be there in future. So I may request Professor Punjab Singh, the noted agriculture scientist, who has a lot more to share on the nutrition aspect with reference to sustainable health and nutrition.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastava. Thank you very much. And two other panelists, Dr. Kakar, the chairman of the council, distinguished members, friends. At the very outset, thank you all the TIFAC for getting me here and sharing few things which I feel is important. And I have been upgraded from the second session to this session for a very specific reasons, because health and food can't be separated, And in fact, you are referring all the time COVID. COVID-19 minus 60 million reserve food tons that we had perhaps could have evaded everything away, and you could have faced a real challenge as to how to survive. And maybe that's the importance of that. Anyway, having said that, let me also say that I have been also part of the Technology Vision 2035 for agriculture. So that what is structured in the concept note which is given is very clearly given 5 very distinct issues which should be debated when we are talking of health and sustainability issue that you want. And 2 things are very important what we need. It's sustained production. And then only we get into, the accessibility, the availability and affordability of the issue, which are important, because we need to have first full food, which was a dream about 50 years back, PL 480 and all that. We were called beggars, we were called deficit country, and every stigma that you can see was given to us because we had no way to survive, get food. But anyway, all those things are past. And the second thing is the quality of food which we are talking today. So these are the issues and then we say the sustained food or sustained production. And when we say the resource availability, what even Mr. Rajiv Kumar talked, it actually refers to what we have to save, because so far production had been at the cost. We produce one, we are saying we lost one, particularly water and the land. But now both have to go simultaneously. That is the message which is being given. And I think that is what has been clearly said in that. All these 4 or 5 issues which are projected in the concept note, I just address in next 10 minutes. Now let me give a background, because India today, agriculture employs about 42% of the workforce and contributes to nearly 16% of GDP and is feeding 1.38 or 4 billion people. And today we are saying about food secure and employs about 260 million workforce. And there has been, as a matter of very splendid growth. I mean, we as an agriculture scientist feel proud in communicating. If any science has made progress from 5 to 18, 19 times during this period, is agriculture. If you take fisheries, you will say 18 times. If you take horticulture, you take 12 times. You take food grain, 7 times. If you take milk, 200 million ton that you are talking, this year prediction of food grain is 316 million ton. And they say, you are going to have fruits and vegetables 325. All that I am saying that we have now, from sip to mouth, now we have become, and from the deficit country to not only this country which has enacted the food bill. No country will find the world which has given. It's a right to food. And then also we are saying that we have become exporter and we are continuing to do that. And we are today contributing 2.5 to lakh crore in exporting and 2.5% of the total agri export that we are selling, which itself is a very, so in short I will say we are next only to China when you talk of this whole development that has gone in the process. And that is one of the and the reason for that has been the technology. It is all technology driven. We had been talking of production at a level, what we said, use only what was being talked with the, that whatever we had used, but the technology has taken us through. And now we are only talking of gene and manipulation, nano and all that, which is also becoming technology. And that is what is paving the way for we that you have. Having said that, we can also have to add this, that there are very important challenges, because when sustainability is very loosely used term.
A vaccine was given by a doctor to the general population in order to control population, and that vaccine was given for flu, and that was causing infertility. Now that was the storyline, and that was aired during the same time when Pfizer was making the vaccine, and ex-Pfizer employee now gave a statement that vaccine of COVID is causing infertility, and even abroad there was huge uproar that people did not want to get vaccinated. One of my brother-in-law's daughter is in Netherlands, and she was saying that nobody wants to take vaccine. So public perception is also very important. And when this comes to health care in India, at least in India, health has never been a priority. Everybody plans for his daughter's marriage. Everybody plans for his son's career in the future. Nobody plans for the health. That is not our priority. And the kind of information which are fed is also very, very erratic. The same manner that one cereal can destroy the vaccine prospect abroad. Same happens in India. There was a movie by Akshay Kumar which projected that there was a dead person just getting ventilated because the doctor wanted to make money. Now that is the perception we want to give to general public, and that is how the current healthcare delivery system is not perceived in a manner it should be perceived, and people think that everybody is making money. If you look at the infant mortality rate, in 1995 the infant mortality was 74 per thousand. Out of 1,000 babies born, 74 used to die. Now the figure is 37 out of 1,000. The improvement is 100% thanks to the modern medicines. But everybody is skeptical कि cesarean फालतू तो नहीं कर रहा है, because they are being given misinformation. When this comes to kidney care, ethically we are bound not to advertise ourselves. And I'm a president of Delhi Nephrology Society, and in the last week we were just thinking about this, that there is a video circulating that if you lie down in a tub, your kidney failure will improve. And there is no check to it. And we, from the DNS Society, wanted to do something about it, and we really found ourselves helpless. Then I proposed, let us circulate a positive video. But the problem is, we are ethically and legally duty bound that we will not advertise ourselves, and on the same time, everybody else can advertise anything. Every time you open a TV, anybody can say that ये चूरन खा लो, kidney ठीक हो जाएगी, हनुमान कवच से kidney ठीक हो जाएगी. And in this scenario, a normal public who is not aware about the health is taking wrong decisions. Health care is not in by our psych, is not in our education, and we are not getting proper information. If you look in the foreign countries, they have Discovery Channel, they have National Geographic, and we have Astha Channel, Om Channel, this channel, that channel, 15 plus religious channels, and not a single scientific channel. Even Pandit Nehru used to feel that we lack the scientific intent, and today also, I will say that hardly anything has developed over the last 70 years. As far as our awareness about the health is concerned, we need to make health a priority, and that will really help not only rural but the overall health of the entire society. Talking about the integrative medicine, there also the perception is being given that this is Videshi medicine and everything is there. In fact, integrative medicine is the solution, but one pathy talking about the other pathy and thus blaming to each other, that is not the solution. And what I personally feel that every pathy is effective at some point of time, but you should agree that a day will come that everybody will die, including the most learned Ayurvedachar and including the most learned nephrologists. So all pathies are going to fail one day. So nobody pathy can claim that they know everything. We need to join hands. I will give you a simple example. If you have a sprain in your feet, maybe that I will give Volney gel, maybe that homeopath will give arnica, maybe somebody gave healthy tuna, anything. We all would be able to make some improvement in that patient's life who has got a sprain. But imagine a situation that a patient developed accident and his one of the toe has been cut. Now tell me which pathy is going to regrow the toe. Same happens with kidney failure. If a person has lost his kidneys forever, then no pathy can cure the dead kidney. Now, if we give misinformation during that time, most of the lives are lost because of ignorance. In India, every year 3 lakh people fresh people develop kidney failure, and 90% die because of lack of resources and most important, lack of awareness. Only 10% are survived, and people are scared of kidney diseases, but the fact of the matter is that if the disease is detected early enough and they are referred early, then most of these kidneys will be prevented from failing. So that is the power of awareness and education, which is not in our ecosystem. Now talking about integrative medicine, we have conceptualized integrative medicine in our hospital where both of us are working together. If a person is having kidney stone and he wants Ayurvedic, I would love that. Most of the drugs have come from Ayurveda. There is no conflict between them. The problem is superstition. If you go for any pathy, then you should be monitoring based on the test whether the stone has been cleared or not. And it doesn't matter to me whether you are taking stone or whether you are taking Silapushp or whether you are taking some allopathy medicine, some solution has to come out. But what happens? But if the stone has not passed and because of the back pressure kidney is already dead, then dead kidney doesn't create pain. So absence of pain doesn't mean that kidney has improved or a stone has passed down. You have to check with ultrasound that a stone has passed out. So if it has passed out, even with the help of naturopathy, allopathy, Ayurvedic, that is a welcome thing. We should cooperate each other. But if it has not passed out by any pathy, then we have to move forward and we have to collaborate with each other. So that is integrative medicine in true concept. In India, the lifestyle diseases are really coming up. About 25 years back, the lifestyle disease was comprising less than 25%. We were talking more about tuberculosis, malaria and communicable diseases. Now we are talking more about lifestyle diseases, which is double in the number. And that is where your yoga is far, far superior than allopathy. We have to accept that. Now what happens? That we have imitated the Western lifestyle as far as their food and diet is concerned, with affluence we are eating well. But the problem is we have not copied their good lifestyle. Everybody there is jogging. Even a 70 years old lady is jogging wearing jeans, and here our ladies, I always say to my patient that entire development in India is centered towards making women lazy. About many years back, just imagine a common female going to a kitchen. She used to bring that wood or coal, whatever. There was a lot of effort made to prepare food. Now just switch on the gas and food is ready. And as compared to past, the kind of obesity you see in our female patients, or as overall obesity has improved and our lifestyle is worsened. And they need to do jogging, but because of the weight, your knees are not working. You can't even walk. Now, what is the exercise? You have to burn your calories by running, and you have to take deep breaths so that oxygen goes inside. Pranayam and Kapalbharti does the same thing. So there is a scientific element. There is not a religious element. That is what I am trying to say. So follow yoga with a scientific intent. This is really useful as far as preventing lifestyle diseases are concerned. But I will also warn you that in spite of our best efforts, sometimes disease happen. Now you must have heard that in diabetes, kidneys fail. But the complete line is, in a person who is genetically predisposed, environmental factors lead to kidney failure. Now that is the complete line. And how many people are vulnerable? 30% diabetics are vulnerable. ऐसे हिंदी में कहें तो भाग्य खराब है, कर्म खराब है तो किडनी खराब होती. But how do you know कि आपका जीन खराब है? Nobody knows. So what happens? 30% people are vulnerable. That means that 70% diabetics are naturally protected. Whatever sugar may be, अगर उनका 200 भी sugar है, उनकी किडनी कभी नहीं खराब होगी. And these are the people who are creating confusion. कि मैं तो हनुमान यंत्र लगाया, मेरे को कुछ नहीं हुआ. They were just lucky. But 30% people are really vulnerable because they are genetically predisposed for microangiopathy. Now, if these people have environmental challenges such as obesity, lack of care, lack of exercise, lack of medicines, then they will develop kidney failure. And how do we know? There is a very simple test. If the diabetic has protein leakage in urine, then that is the first sign of kidney involvement. And if that is there, this is a very simple test, less than $500. But not everybody is aware about it. Now, if you know that that person is passing protein, it means he is having bad gene and he is in the vulnerable 30% and his lifestyle should change. But somehow or other, we are not able to intervene early enough. And if those patients develop kidney failure, then definitely maybe that in integrative medicine, then allopathy will come forward and will try to provide solution which will be as drastic as a kidney transplant. Now coming to affordability, that is a major issue. In India, when this comes to health system, almost everybody is making loss, including the insurance companies. And the problem is, whenever a person develops diabetes and cancer, then he goes for insurance, and then he makes a fraud, and he doesn't disclose everything, and then he takes claim. Insurance is not in our psyche again. We have not planned our health early enough. If we go to travel abroad, it's mandatory for us to buy an insurance, and we are at least having peace of mind that if something happens, we would be covered. But when this comes to health, we have not enforced any regulation that every citizen needs insurance. Well, Ayushman Bharat was a good solution, but the prices are funny. Please let me know that is designed for a particular segment of people that doesn't suit everyone. So some regulation needs to be done that almost everybody should be insured properly. Lifestyle changes I have already talked about. Now coming to the question which Pradeep sir raised, that in a heterogeneous society, how do you deliver treatment? I will give you example of a train. If a train is going from Delhi to Mumbai, manzil sabko mil jayegi. If you are poor, you go to a general class, and if you are affording, you go to the first class AC. Your price band would be different. But everybody is going to the same. So is the process we apply in our hospitals. Problem is that 75% of the beds which are required for any patient is coming from the private sector. So you can't create an ecosystem where every poor goes to government and every rich comes to private hospital. That is just not possible. Even all private hospitals try to make services which are heterogeneous. We, for example, in dialysis, I will just to give you the idea of the cost. Dialysis will cost 20,000 rupees per session in Dubai. In any premium hospital in Delhi, the cost is around 3,000 to 2,500 rupees, and CGHS rates are 1,200 rupees. So most of the time, what the hospital does, on one hand, we have your premium rooms where dialysis can be taken by 3,000 rupees. At the same time, we do cater to people who have poor affordability of only 1,500 rupees. But the problem is, the solution which society is providing to these people seems to be good in intent, but somehow or other it's not working. We have learned to glorify poverty, you know. That is one thing which always bothers me. Sir was talking about free ration to everyone. I saw a WhatsApp where some doctor was being glorified कि इनकी फीस अभी भी 5 रुपए है, ये देवता है. No, come on, can he treat anything of substance in that 5 rupees? So just having a little fee, 5 rupees, doesn't qualify you as the best doctor, you know. Some or other we have learned to glorify poverty. Rather, we should make our resources optimize. When this comes to kidney patients, there are so many channels which are opening free dialysis units. Now, when this comes to capex, that has been provided. Somebody has given dialysis machines free of cost because of CSR. His CSR commitment has been fulfilled. Somebody has bought the machine. His paper, his photographs comes in the newspaper. He has got enough mileage. But nobody is bothered that who is going to run that dialysis unit. Nobody is bothered about the operational aspects, OPEX. Now, if you look at any of these dialysis patients in those so-called charitable hospitals, then life expectancy on average is only 2 years. On the other hand, we had our ex-Prime Minister, he was on dialysis for more than 15 years. He died of cancer and didn't die of kidney failure. So such difference is there in the delivery. So just this is like donating a car, but not bothering about who will be driving the car. And that car is doing nothing but creating accidents, you know. So healthcare needs to be rethought in a new perspective. Price tag is not the only thing which needs thing. There is another solution which Dr. Srivastava was talking about, transplant. Imagine kidney transplant. Even if the dialysis is subsidized, the yearly cost of dialysis would be somewhere around 2 lakhs to 3 lakhs per year to system, whosoever is paying. But if you give kidney transplant to a person, the cost is only 4 lakhs rupees and he will be rehabilitated fully. If a person is coming to dialysis center 3 times a week, 12 times in a month, then who is going to employ him? He is just waiting to die. You are not giving him life. You are just extending his, delaying his death. But if you are ready to transplant the guy, then he is fully rehabilitated. He can do his job. And in fact, there are 2 transplant patients who are employed in my hospital. So that is the degree of rehabilitation which those people can achieve. But nobody is thinking on this. When this comes to rural health development, in fact, I belong to Bihar and I saw there that kidney care was really dismal. I really wanted to do something so that people of Bihar got benefited. I took my DM degree in nephrology, and when I returned to my state that I want to give my services as a nephrologist, I was told that first you have to join the PSC, then after 3 years you will be eligible for this post, then after this, then you will be given nephrology seat. I was trying a job of 20,000 rupees in 2002 to serve my state, and there was not any ecosystem where I could have been adjusted. At a time when I was offered a job of 70,000 per anywhere in the private sector. So that gap really prevented me from going back. But when I came to Faridabad, dialysis was bad there also, but I was at least close to the capital, and Faridabad was not that great area during 2002. I started my career with 2 dialysis machines, direct we were audited. So when this comes to developing infrastructures, at least I was able to develop infrastructure. I started a good dialysis center in Faridabad, a dialysis first transplant in Faridabad, and everybody told that who will come to you because good hospitals are nearby. But I wanted to make it affordable. I made this transplant affordable at 3.5 lakhs rupees in 2012, and most of the people who were poor could afford it. So I personally feel that when this comes to planning about health, some drastic thought process change needs to be done at the higher level, at our level, and even in the lower level. And when this comes to rural area, the same Bihar we did not welcome me. Over our recently 3 years back, they started doing first kidney transplant, because their mindset also changed and they are inviting good people. But again, the initiative is being taken by the private hospital, and Patna Medical College, which is the most premium college, is yet to start a good dialysis unit. And the AIMS which is open there, that is also yet to start. So somehow or other, the coordination between the departments, public sector, private sector is not that well. This needs to be nurtured, and if infrastructure develops in rural area, now imagine a situation, it takes minimum of 14 years to become a kidney specialist. And when you come to the field, I did my MBBS in 92 and finally completed all my degrees, your MBBS, MD, DNB, DM, and it took 14 years. And then you are considered junior most nephrologist. And then you expect that doctor to work in a village where there is no electricity. People do go. In fact, I tried to go to there, but there was a recent example that one gynecologist chose a place like Dausa. And when a child died, and that child was something happened, that she committed suicide because of the harassment created by local goons. So that is the sad picture of today's world. Misinformation coming from every period. Something needs to be done regarding this. When in last decade we look, it was all about Bijli, Pani, Sarak. But I hope that once that thing has been covered, the next decade is going to be about education and health. And at least I am hopeful that something good will happen to this thing also. So that was some of the thought process. And if you look at the agenda today, sustainable healthcare in heterogeneous, that I have talked about, extend the rural healthcare, I have indirectly touched upon. Then coming to future pandemic prediction, this is also an important topic. Suppose a epidemic has started in China, why will they declare to you? So I think in the same intelligence system which we are using for other areas, for military and economy, we need to also have some health intelligence system linked to the embassy who can give you information about, because in this world of globalization, we need to know about these diseases, outbreaks anywhere in the world, and some action can be taken. But there is always an element of fatigue. When there was your dhamaka in Akshardham, everybody was very, very cautious about security in all the temples. But gradually the fatigue happens. So now everybody is cautious as airport about your pulse, BP, temperature. Now, if that remains the norm, then we would be able to prevent so many pandemics. And if any outbreaks happens anywhere, some embassies should do system to this thing. Are we pandemic prepared? That is another question. At least during this pandemic, we learned to improve our healthcare infrastructure. If we have more hospitals, then definitely it will be affordable also, and we will be pandemic prepared also. When we were constructing Accord, then we realized that to create a 380-bedded hospital, the cost comes to around 300 crores. Now our concept was that let doctor, but the ecosystem is prohibitive at the moment. There are more than 30 licenses which needs to be taken, and you have to run from this place to that place. Single window system as we are doing to attract NRI. If you allow doctors to open hospitals, then more and more hospitals will create a competition, then cost will definitely come down. There is no need to restrict the cost. Imagine your telephones. One call used to take 12 rupees per minute or something 20 years back. Now this is damn cheap because of the competition. Just make an ecosystem where more and more hospitals come up, the cost will come down, and because of the more number of beds, we will be always pandemic free. Now my last point, your question, sir, about the immunity thing. There is an innate immunity which comes to you by birth, and there is acquired immunity given to you by vaccine. But sometimes because of the disease or because of some condition, we become deficient. For example, if you are taking metformin for your diabetes, your B12 will be slightly deficient. If your work is mainly indoor, you are not exposing your 12%, your vitamin D may be slightly less. At today, in this world of fast food, our nutrition is not that optimum. Sir has talked in detail about this. So at times, in spite of so-called good food, we are deficient in things. For example, an average Indian would be requiring 1 gram per kg body weight of protein, and if you calculate, that is not the case. So if your diet is deficient in essential vitamins and protein, that needs to be supplemented either by diet alone. Take fruits, do not take vitamins. But because of some reason, for example, kidney patients are not allowed to take fruit because of the risk of hyperkalemia, their vitamin would be required. Sometimes because of the disease, there is vitamin deficiency. For example, in kidney failure patients, vitamin D is deficient, which decreases immunity. There we can give vitamin D supplements. So here the choice will be individualized, but I agree to the panel that the commercial angle, everybody is advertising anything, that should never be encouraged. Now, giving you example of tuberculosis. About 50 years back, when there was not a good medicine for tuberculosis, we used to send these TB patients to sanatorium where they used to take good food and good nutrition and good air, and that was doing the magic. The same is true today also. That time people were malnourished, and this time again people are malnourished, but on the other side of the weight. So if a person is having optimum weight, BMI is controlled, he is having enough exercise, and even if a person is exercising and he is not able to lose weight, he will be regaining health. So good lifestyle improves your immunity. So the larger questions are we pandemic free? One is the infrastructure and one is the people. Infrastructure is developing and it will surely develop over next decade. When this comes to people, then we have to promote good health amongst ourselves by lifestyle modifications. And let me tell you one more thing, there is a concept of 30 gene. When an Indian goes to USA and if he follows the lifestyle of US people, then risk of cardiac disease and metabolic disease is far, far more as compared to Americans there, because we were designed as your agricultural society. Now we have changed our place. Now whenever we eat, we tend to store more. And if we do not burn out calories, all those stored calories are going to produce diseases. So we are designed for a different kind of diet, and we are designed for a exercise and physical work that needs to be inculcated. Lot many things should be done, and thanks for this opportunity. If at least talked about this and give my point of view. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
No, I just wanted to, that was very interesting, Dr. Kumar. I just wanted to talk about, add a little bit about, I think we are talking about technology and we have sort of escaped the future application of technology. And Professor referred to the mass teaching technologies that have gone into the engineering stream fairly efficiently, I think. I personally know of people who are using it. And the university stream has used the MOOC and various other things. But medical training is totally different. And it can't all be just done by technology. And you can do some theoretical teaching, but you need to have human interaction, patience, relationships. And so I think there is a role for technology here, because there are very types of 3D technologies and amazing kinds of methods of teaching anatomy and surgery which are available, which are very, very expensive. Very, very expensive. I think that one of the areas where we should integrate the engineering stream and the medical stream is to develop indigenous methods of robotics, and which can be used in medical colleges through the networks. Over the last 10-15 years ago, I was also partly involved with that. The Ministry of Health did, and I think they have spent considerable amount of money in establishing telemedicine facilities in all medical colleges, at least in the government rolled out the way it has in the technology streams. I think a lot more need to be invested in developing technologies, especially, and it's heartening to know that Indian Institute of Science is getting a medical institution in its campus. I think IIT Kharagpur already has a hospital and a functioning medical colleges coming up over there. BHU, of course, already has both on the campus. So these campuses and these institutions which have collaborations between engineering and medicine should invest in learning teaching methodologies which can be more affordable. If we have 100 and, I don't know, now we have 200 medical, no, more than that, 400 medical colleges. Each of those things cost 2, 3, 4, 5 crores. You know, those setups in which you can teach surgery without patients and offline from long distance. But we need to get those so that we can teach, because education in medicine is highly overregulated. To start a medical college, it's not only that you need a 100-bedded hospital, you need a faculty of 80 people. And as somebody referred to, the cost of the faculty, and we don't have those trained teachers. We don't have teachers enough who will work, as you said, for a much lesser money than they would get in their private practice to come and be full-time teachers. And we demand that everybody should be a full-time teacher. So if you have 400 medical colleges, 400 into 80, how many? That's a minimum number of teachers you need to have. So the technologies of education have to improve if we need to make education more egalitarian, so that all the peripheral medical colleges have access to good teaching. It can't be just AIIMS one in every state, and therefore we have fulfilled the objective. The other thing is about across the board. I think the indigenous systems and what we call allopathy or foreign or whatever, Videshi medicine. I think that both systems have to take the blame for building the walls between them. And there are some efforts being made to bring down those walls. But I think the practitioners of both systems have to change their mindsets and also accept their strengths and their limitations in an open and, as Dr. Jitendra Kumar was trying to point out some deficiencies of one system versus the other. I think everybody has to be on the table and accept what are their strengths and where their weaknesses are. And if we can do that in an open, fair way and put it out in the public will also benefit, and it will lead towards sustainable health. Because now this tussle which goes on about between the two systems is not helping anybody. It is neither helping the practitioners, and every now and then you have Supreme Court interfering, and that is not helping either our public or the people who are practicing the systems. So that is something which should be in any report, at any advice, and also should be heard by the people in power to actually implement some mechanisms by which these boundaries can be made a little fuzzier. And I mean, recently there has been some announcement that MBBS students will have to learn some little bit of Ayurveda. But 2 weeks or 3 weeks of exposure to Ayurveda is just a joke. I mean, that's not the way you have to integrate the two systems. I'm not saying you integrate the two systems. At least don't have these very rigid opinions so that your next generation also comes into practice with those rigid opinions. We should discuss it across the table and see where our collaborations can be so that all the next generation of practitioners come out practicing any system of medicine with more open minds. That will benefit everybody, I think.
Thank you, Dr. Nayak. It was really very good to listen to your comments on it. And we shall be discussing this thing more elaborately in the next session. We are talking about sustainable education. Regarding one point, involvement of technology in health, yes, and health education, yes. Now we are trying to develop modules where AR, VR modules are being developed for and the robotics are being taken care and designed for robotic surgeries and processes. At probably, I know a couple of startups in IIT Chennai which is into this, which is doing robotics and surgery for the spine and things like. So a lot of amalgamation of technology and health is happening. Pertinent to mention again that the rural infrastructure, healthcare infrastructure need to be strengthened if we look for a sustainable health, and then yes, I'll also like to mention over here that TIFAC has taken an initiative on TIFAC Teledigital Health Program, wherein we are using technologies to map the health status on the remote areas using IoT sensors, and we are putting that those health data on cloud to be assessed and evaluated by a group of doctors who are on our panel. But that is being done at the pilot scale in 3 districts as of now, and again to be extrapolated to J&K on the request of the Honorable Minister for Science and Technology. So probably that's what technology is trying to do and address the issue of health, and we are trying to generate electronic health record. Probably that could be a model where it can be emulated at a larger scale. Thank you. I thank all the panelists here on the board to have given this very clear, lucid, and comprehensive thought about sustainable health. I especially thank the 3 noted, panelists, Professor Punjab Singh, the noticed panelist who speaks about the nutrition and fortification of the crops and the agriculture produce, and he's got a vast experience. Dr. Jiten Kumar, a vast experienced nephrologist, and Dr. Panda, who has been involved into making the availability of these biopharmaceuticals and vaccines and all at the national level. So I thank you all. I'm a little, I'm a little unfortunate that we could not have Dr. Khanna, who have been just texting on. Probably he got a case where he was an acute MI case, and he was into angioplasty. That's why he couldn't join. And he said that he'll be joining, but I said that's not the purpose. Like, we cannot extend this session anymore. So thank you all once again, and you all I request you to please join for the lunch.
So,
thank you.
Many thanks to the panelists and Dr. Sita Nayak for the vibrant and interesting deliberations, and to Professor Srivastava for ably moderating the session. I request our Executive Director to honor the eminent panelists on the dais with a token of appreciation for their valuable time. To Professor Punjab Singh. Thank you, sir. To Dr. Amulya Kumar Panda.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, sir. To Dr. Jitendra Kumar. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Kumar. Let's now have the lunch break and assemble in an hour for the next interesting session on sustainable nutrition. Thank you so much.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, check, check, check. अब भी हो गया ये ठीक। अब वो रिकॉर्डिंग वो इधर देख हो गया ठीक है उसमें ऑडियो ठीक है उसमें
ये क्लिप चल नहीं रही मतलब जो ये दो तो चल रही हैं लास्ट की जो बोल रहे थे लास्ट में ये वाली चल ही नहीं रही रिकॉर्ड हुई है लेकिन ओपन ही नहीं हो रही
कौन सी हो रही
ये थर्ड वाली
ये चल देखते हैं उसको
Hello, check, check.
maintain good health of the population without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. The much acclaimed TIFAC's Technology Vision 2035 also highlighted that adequate and appropriate food and nutrition are essential for a health and well-being of all segments of the population. There are 3 specific targets which are set to achieve. No citizen will be undernourished in terms of calorie and protein requirement. Nutrition availability would be food preference neutral, and no child and woman would be pandemic and malnutrition for want of proper nutrition. Therefore, the approaches are to ensure availability of quality, safe and nutritious food for all. This brainstorming meeting would focus on redesigning the food production system, strengthening supply and value chain systems for achieving sustainable food and nutritional security. I now invite the eminent panelists to the dais. Dr. Arun Kumar Joshi, CIMMYT Regional Representative for Asia and Managing Director, Boardlog Institute for South Asia, to the dais. Dr. Arvind Kumar, DDG Research ICRISAT. Please join us on the dais, sir. Dr. Anjani Kumar, Senior Research Analyst, International Food Policy Research Institute. Kindly join the dais. Dr. Rishi Bhatnagar, President, Aries Communication. And Dr. Gautam Goswami, Scientist G, TIFAC, to join as the moderator. A few lines of introduction to know about our panelists better. Dr. Arun Kumar Joshi, at present, is the CIMMYT Asia Regional Representative and the Managing Director of Boardlog Institute for South Asia, BISA. He has research and teaching experience of more than 35 years. Dr. Joshi is a fellow of the Indian National Science Academy, National Academy of Science in India, and the National Academy of Agriculture Sciences. Dr. Arvind Kumar is the Deputy Director General Research, ICRISAT. He is an experienced crop scientist with more than 28 years of experience in crop improvement, trait discovery to drought tolerance, disease insect resistance, and translational research. Dr. Arvind Kumar has been bestowed several awards during his successful research career. Dr. Anjani Kumar is currently serving as a Senior Research Fellow at the International Food Policy Research Institute, South Asia Office, New Delhi. Before joining to IFPRI, he was Principal Scientist, Agricultural Economics at the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics, Hyderabad. Earlier, he has served as Principal Scientist at the National Center for Agricultural Economics and Policy Research, New Delhi, and as Senior Agricultural Economist in the Asia Office of International Livestock Research Institute, Nairobi. Dr. Bhatnagar brings a wealth of telecom experience to ARIS. It includes heading digital services for 10 years in Europe, 5 years in the America, and 6 years in India. Prior to joining ARIS, he was Global Head for Digital Enterprise Services at Tech Mahindra. He received the Digitalist Thought Leader Award in the Internet of Things category at the Digital Transformation Forum 2015 by SAP India. I request Dr. Goswami to welcome the eminent panelists with a token of appreciation from our side.
खड़ा होइए one by one. Thank you very much. इसकी भी जरूरत है, गर्मी में इसकी भी जरूरत है, अच्छी बात है. Thank you very much. Thank you. श्रीवास्तव जी को कहना था.
thank the panelists once again. The issues for discussion in the panel will be accessibility, affordability, and acceptability, optimizing resource utilization in agriculture production system, especially water and nutrient management, adoption of advanced technologies in agriculture production, processing, and marketing, promotion of non-traditional food crops, reduction of wastage of food, enhancing value-added component and shelf life of farm produce. Yeah, Dr. Goswami, please.
A very good afternoon. After having so lively discussion in the previous session, where nutrition quite amply covered, though session is designed for sustainable nutrition, but we would like an advantage of our panelists who have rich knowledge in agriculture as well. So nutrition without agriculture is not possible. Agriculture and nutrition interlinked. So probably our session would be to some extent heavy on agriculture, the problems of agriculture, what are the issues to be taken care of in agriculture system, and we'll try to link with nutrition as well. That's why issues are where nutrition is also covered a bit. Now let me build the context for this today's debate. And our process, we would follow that each issue wise we'll open the discussion, see the opinion of our panelists, and then we'll go to next issues. Probably that way we can cover the issues. Now let me take a few minutes time to brief the context and what we want to achieve out of this session. Whatever I'm going to tell, it is not new, but to build the context that is required to mention now about agriculture. We know the problem. Our agriculture has a mixed system, and at one hand we are self-sufficient in food production. We are able to produce whatever we need. Probably we are confident enough what we need in 20 years down the line from our existing resources, which is limited. Our land is limited, our water is limited, but what is unlimited now is chemical fertilizer, which is bothering all of us. And that is also linked to the nutrition. Whatever in the previous section also it has been flagged out that excessive use of chemicals is entering into the food system, and that is causing a nutritional issue. But if we give a bird's eye view of the whole agriculture scenario, main support system is soil, which is getting polluted, and Dr. Rajiv Kumar already mentioned about the organic matter content depletion, which is flagged in many forums. But alternative is, can we go for entirely organic agriculture and also target to produce more than 400 million tons in 20 years? Answer is no, that cannot. So where we keep a balance out of it, use of organic fertilizer vis-a-vis chemical fertilizer, as well also meet the production demand. This is a big issue, debate. These things still we are talking about last 10 years. Still this is a point of concern and is an issue for discussion. Very big issue. Second thing is, our water is a finite resource, demand is increasing, agriculture, non-agriculture demand is increasing. How to manage that? That is also another issue. Third, another pertinent pressure on us is climate change. You know, climate change has two consequences in the agriculture system. One is agriculture is contributing 16% GHG emission. Primarily health sector, animal husbandry, to some extent rice is the culprit people are talking about, though there are mixed responses about rice issue. Second thing is, due to these greenhouse gases, global temperature is rising, which has direct consequences on the production. So climate change is another coordinate which drives our agriculture system. Now what is the way out? At one hand we are saying that chemical fertilizer we cannot use it. On the other hand we are saying that we need food production. Equally, we are concerned that if we go for totally organic, we may not be able to sustain with able to produce 400 million tons production in next 10 years. You know what organic agriculture does? It improves the soil quality. It improves soil quality, organic matter content. It has lot of multifarious effect on the nutrient uptake system. Root grows, root proliferates faster. It encounters different sources of nutrients. It has a positive impact. So there is a limit to that. So current thought process is how to take care individual plant, how to take care individual plant's requirement, fertilizer requirement, nutrient requirement, water requirement. That is the key approach nowadays people are talking about. Forget about the 1 hectare, 1 acre land. Next 10 years, that is the research agenda. In that context, where are we in terms of agriculture research? Still we are talking about dose per hectare, dose per acre. Even our recommendation is that. Nobody is talking about dose for square inch. Because it all depends, extensive research. Our research is not geared up to that level. So what we like to discuss here, debate here, differ each other, agree each other, and come to finally, when we end the session, come to few bullets. These are the action points come out from this panel, so that can be taken care of or carried forward to the policymakers, to the R&D agenda. In that context, let me open the discussion. First point which we mentioned over here, the issue is accessibility, how to, just a minute, affordability, accessibility, and acceptability. When you talk about high-end agriculture, whether our farming system is enough, farmers are enough equipped to accept that, whether that type of technology is affordable, whether that type of technology is applicable, adaptable by lower-end farmers. Those who are high-end farmers, those who do agriculture as a business, for them they will absolutely take it up immediately. But the low-end farmer, who are about 50% farmers are low farmland holder. For them, agriculture is a sustenance. They produce, they sell to middlemen. So big issue there as well. So when you talk about high-end technology, whether it is acceptable in Indian context. So where are we? Where to approach? What type of methodology we should take on? Is one issue. Let me initiate the discussion on that front: accessibility, affordability, and adaptability. May I start with Dr. Arun Joshi, my left hand sitting in my left. We start with you, sir, and then gradually we come on one by one topic.
From here?
Yeah.
Thank you, Gautam ji, Dr. Srivastava, Pradeep ji, all distinguished people. I am Arun Joshi. First of all, I must tell, I was introduced that I am in CIMMYT. What is this CIMMYT? It is abbreviation for a Spanish term, that is Centro Internacional Mejoramiento Maize y Trigo. It means International Center for Maize and Wheat Research. The seat of Green Revolution, headquartered at Mexico. Of course, in many other countries, dwarf wheat. So we are talking exactly, on same subject here. And how much time you are giving us?
For each issue, 5 minutes?
Yes, 5 is very long, I am not an economist,
Okay.
This affordability and, see, I am genetics and plant breeding, word on seed system, little bit learning on, climate resilient technologies. No, I thought this access, affordability, and acceptability, I thought you are talking about nutritious crops, nutrition, food, but it's about technology also. So, dear friends, I always say that agriculture cannot solve its problem alone. There is a myth among agriculture people that, use this technology, no, impossible. No, agriculture is not well equipped, We have to bring in doctors, engineers, physics, chemistry, people, even musicians, for, keeping, your stress free in COVID time. So anyway, now this subject about technology, what is the adoption rate? Any technology? We are pushing so many technologies. What is the adoption rate? Less than 10%. See, I am little bit liberal. You are saying 1%. Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. No, I am telling 10%. Sometime it goes because I want to do something on right hand. Suddenly seeing left hand is happening. I am releasing variety in Chennai, Tamil Nadu area. It is being grown in Bihar or, Devariya of UP. So it's not so easy, residue burning. This is also connected here, Government has spent, thousands of crore rupee. How much is acceptability? So actually, if we see from the view of technology or a balanced diet or something, we need rural transformation. It's all economics. Nothing will happen. Why China suddenly they are eating good food? Because economics. And what is happening in China? Same thing will happen in India. It happens in Nepal also. The moment people become rich, they stop eating many things. So they go to meat. So all grasslands were cut in, Brazil and Argentina to grow soya bean for China. So rural transformation is needed. India is vegetarian, this is good thing. And COVID is the best example, What happened during COVID time? Suddenly we learned, oh my God, it's not so simple. Your buffer stock, the technology of how to keep and maintain buffer stock. 0.8 billion people getting free ration is a world record. Still agriculture is showing a high growth rate, employment rate. So overall, for overall economics and transformation of society, we need strong agriculture where all these things are very, very important. And buffer stock, take big crops. No, we said don't grow wheat, don't grow rice, go other crops. And who will store, who will eat, who will purchase? I don't know. See, 70%, 60 to 70% buffer stock of wheat and rice is in two countries, India and China. So if you want to go to international market, you will not get it. Ukraine war, so all countries started coming to India. Where is the wheat? Where is wheat? Where is wheat? And wheat was being sold in black market. Nobody could believe 4 months ago. So technology doesn't mean, it's only about agriculture technology, this machinery, that machinery. It's a whole value chain where, sudden changes are to be taken care, like COVID, like any war. And we need very strong infrastructure. And let us not think that technology will come. The problem is we are mostly supply side. Hello, I have mobile, you take it. We should ask farmer, what do you want? So maybe I have 90 seconds left. In one village, we organized a big meeting, huge meeting. Hello, sir, they take this technology, take this technology. Then a person said, sir, my age is 88 years. I don't need anything. Give me two things. Water and get rid of this blue bull, Neil guy. I don't need anything. I know everything. Give me water and get rid of this blue bill. I will grow all crops. I will adopt, I know how to adopt things. Then we have to say, sorry, we cannot give you water. We cannot do anything of blue bull. So his problem is not resolved. So supply side, no. Demand side. what do you need? That kind of exercise has to be done in a major way. Only water, by changing only water, the whole landscape will change. Cropping system will change. Intensity will increase. People will not migrate. And then access, affordability, acceptability will become little bit easier. So anyway, this was not my field, but I thought let me share my own views in my own language. Thank you very much. Thank you. Most important. Thank you.
Dr. Arvind Kumar.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, thanks to TIFAC for inviting us here and also giving us opportunity to talk to many of the people who are interested in sustainable nutrition and also the technology. I belong to an institute called International Crop Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics. We are international institute and our headquarters is at Hyderabad. We work on nutritious crop, millets, pulses, oilseeds, and probably nothing could be a good forum than talk about the nutrition than this. So thank you very much for this. As you celebrate the 75th year of Azadi Ka Mahotsav, ICRISAT is also celebrating this year our 50th year of establishment. And many of you may be knowing that Honorable Prime Minister of India visited us in February to start our celebration. And that is where we work very closely with Government of India. But there is another reason to celebrate. We work on millet, and next year is International Year of Millet, and we will be celebrating International Year of Millet with Government of India on a large scale. Now coming to this topic of sustainable nutrition and technology from the view of accessibility, affordability and acceptability, my direct answer is no. And I will explain that, how I say no. We did had a lunch today. How many of us know how much calorie we eat and how much nutrition we got? We are not into this habit that we eat a nutritious food, and so if we are not into the habit, then we don't talk about that, what we are eating, we don't care about. And in the previous session, one of the nephrologist who was talking here, he was telling about that how much we care about the health, the same way is how much we are caring about our nutrition. Now at least COVID has given us some thinking that nutrition is important. While we started having the tablets of iron and zinc, many of us, even if those who didn't had the COVID, but did we realize that iron and zinc and the other nutritious products are available in our food? And how many of us started changing our food habit? No, we still rely too much on those tablets that we are eating. So we have to change. Now coming to where we are, 10 million population, which will be by 10 billion population, which will be by 2050. Agriculture has kept pace with the food production. Many of you, I haven't seen that bad days when probably we were told to be the beggars of the food. But the situation has changed and we are not only self-reliant, but we are providing food to other countries. So that's the credit that agriculture goes. And I am fully confident that even we have 10 billion population, probably agriculture will be able to produce the sufficient food for all. But will that be a kind of food that we want to eat? That would be the challenge. Whether we will be able to produce nutritious food for all, that would be a challenge. So, and also what will change is the demography. Our population will move more towards the aged population, and they will need more nutrition. Now, our population will move more towards the cities, and how do we ensure that they get the food, kind of food that they want? Now, the globalization, which is related to accessibility of the kind of food that we want, has gone a long way. And I have seen two sides of this within last 1 month. One is the globalization, which ensures that everybody have everything. Whether this is the technology, whether this is the food, you go to the supermarket and you get the kind of food that you want. But that is for the affluent type of society. What about the smallholder farmers? Where does he go and get that nutritious food? So that is one. The second part of this is that even for this high-class, affordable society, the Ukraine crisis have shown us that this is not stable. Now we have problem of oil now, and there are predictions that oil prices will increase. So there are predictions. We have already seen the fertilizer prices increasing. So even if globalization is there is problem, and probably each one of us have to think that how we make this system more sustainable. Now coming to affordability, again from the sustainable nutrition point of view, these foods were affordable probably 50 years back to all of us. Many of us have seen this, but suddenly has become unaffordable. And so how do we ensure that we make it affordable? Now we have successful example of getting cultivated rice in the area which was not suitable for rice cultivation. Punjab is an example. And we succeeded because we went into the specialization, that this is the area where we will cultivate rice and we will ensure that whole of the country gets the food. And the Punjab-Haryana model became successful. But whether we have cared for the nutritious crop, that where are the specialized area, it is high time now that we think about that. We have a model. The model which has worked right from identifying the suitable area of production to providing the market, to providing the price which encouraged farmers to cultivate rice. Maybe as of now is not sustainable, but think of when we started and when it started paying dividend of making us self-reliant in the food, it was sustainable. Now we have to think of moving towards that specialized area for the nutritious food and providing the whole value chain, just not production. Production, then assurance of the price, then the supply, then the value chain, then the processing, then the knowledge to the general public that this is a nutritious food. So all that has to go. And what has happened as of now is the kind of food that we eat has gone to concentrated to 3 crops: rice, wheat, maize, and meat or vegetables. But no minor millets are nowhere. Pulses are there, oilseeds are there, but minor millets are not there. So evidently larger part of our food is rice, wheat, and maize. And we need to see that how do we diversify our food. Acceptability will come with the knowledge. We need to have the effort, but as of now, no. We have to do a lot of work to ensure that the diverse food is acceptable. And I say an example: pearl millet, if mixed with wheat, it could be a good nutrient supplement to the wheat flour. But we can't do it because pearl millet flour has a very small shelf life and it deteriorates. So a lot has to be done. Now very quickly to technology. The kind of technology that agriculture needs has really improved. But think of a farmer. If we give him 10 technology, he won't be able to use. He needs one technology where everything is there at his tips. The small farm mechanization, where is the market, from where he gets the seed, from where he sells his produce, from where he gets the fertilizer. And this technology is necessarily needed when we want to bring the young population into the agriculture. If not, I don't think young population is going to be in the agriculture. A lot of effort has been made. A lot has to be done to ensure that agriculture moves towards having more and more technology. Agriculture becomes less of the hardships. Agriculture becomes kind of a profession that people enjoy doing it. Agriculture becomes kind of profession that people feel proud to be doing it. That's not the case. So that is where I would say about the technology. Technology needs to be refined to suit our need. Our need means this country needs, and then only we will feel happy. There are many examples that this is happening. The weather information, the remote sensing, the GIS, linking the GIS with the insurance, it's successful, large scale successful. But there are many where we have to work a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for making me the part of this important deliberation. Some of the points have already been covered. So, as far as India is concerned, when we talk about sustainable nutrition, to my mind, sustainable nutrition means the diet should be nutritious, healthy, and also produced in a sustainable way without causing less damage to the environment. Means sustainable production and then sustainable consumption. In literature, if we look at the science literature, it has been proven that the diversity in the consumption is a kind of prerequisite for nutritious diets. And if we analyze the trend in the consumption either globally or even in India, it's taking place. Diversity in consumption is taking place. If we look at that, the share of cereal in the consumption basket has been now either stagnating or declining. In upper classes, it has been declining consistently. Even in the lower strata of the society, means those who have lower income, the share has been declining. And the share of meat, fruits, vegetables, these kind of things are increasing. That means our diets are being diversified. But whether the system is responding to promote that kind of diversification, because diversity in consumption will come also from the supply, diversity in the production. If we look at the policy, most of our policies are obsessed with promoting rice, wheat, cereal-centric kind of things. We have not given adequate attention for the promotion of which Dr. Arvind Kumar was just mentioning, millets and other kind of things. We could not give enough attention. Even now, in all policy discourse, it is being taught that we should promote diversification for sustainability also, for conservation of water also, all kind of things. But still, I was just looking at the expenditure by the for agriculture, public expenditure by the government. It's not still not much to the allied sector, not much to those crops are still for this. And there are political and economic reasons for that. We have built a system where for some crops and some regions we have assured procurement system, we have assured and that lot of fund is being spent on that subsidy, and therefore the capital expenditure is being starved, which will be prerequisite for ensuring sustainable agricultural growth. So I think the time has come to give more attention to the infrastructure development, which induce diversity in the production system. diversity in the production system, and also we need to increase or accelerate investment for those, because when Dr. Joshi was mentioning that, okay, produce this, produce that, where we will store, where we will take it. So we need to gear up those infrastructure also. Suppose if fruits and vegetables, they need different kind of storage, they need different kind of transportation. So infrastructure also has to be geared towards that kind of promotion. And then we also need to give enough emphasis to protect and preserve the nutrient-rich foods and species, rich ecosystem on land also as well as water also. There are a lot, we have means very high level of biodiversity we need to protect and preserve, and there are many things. Now you see moringa leaves or even bathua saag, these are becoming popular, but we did not take care when it was much needed. Now it's coming up. So these kind of many species which we could not bother may have very nutritious elements, and it may not require even heavy investment, but sensitization, awareness kind of things will help. India is Indian agriculture is by smallholders, for smallholders, because where around 90% of the farmers are marginal and small. So you cannot do away with. I don't argue that smallholders are under threat. No, nobody can, because it is neither economically feasible nor politically feasible. You cannot bypass smallholders. You cannot bypass marginal holders. But we need to strengthen connectivity of smallholder farmers with the markets, with the different segments of the value chain. We need that kind of market linkage where we can assure, we can create the ecosystem where farmers get remunerative prices for their produce. You go to any kind of discussion with the farmers, they will tell that I am not getting the price, I am not getting our cost of input is increasing, we are not getting the enough price. But unfortunately the government has tried this kind of reforms, but could not get the buy-in from the stakeholders, and it has to be repealed, which is unfortunate for the country, which is unfortunate for the agriculture. Perhaps we could not convince the masses the beneficial aspects of this. And also for sustainable nutrition, we need to, there are a lot of safety nets program now, whether it is Manrega, even food safety after the enactment of National Food Security Act. We have midday meal scheme, so we also need to redesign, and also because in public distribution system, what we distribute, rice and wheat. Maybe instead of universal kind of things or uniform design, we can have locally decentralized PDS system wherever available. We can include millets. Odisha, government of Odisha, for example, they have included millets. Also, some of the southern states, they have been distributing pulses. So these kind of inclusion of these local resources, local production system can help in improving the nutrition and also food security. There is also a lot of wastage across the value chain. It's not only during the harvest or during the cultivation, but after cultivation also there is a lot of post-harvest loss until consumption. Even when we go to restaurant and other kind of things, there is also a lot of wastage. So I think, and here it's not only investment, it's not only, it is our mindset also, it is a lot of the program for changing the behavioral attitude of the people holds the key. So we should try to reduce the food wastage and food loss across the supply chain. And then also it is equally important for sustainable nutrition to have improved the food safety measures again across the supply, across the value chain. It's not, and so we should make higher and higher efforts, make greater efforts to ensure compliance with good agricultural practices from farm to fork. And I am giving more emphasis because production is the first unit where we need, and if there we will ensure compliance, then we will reduce the chances of contamination at the successive stages of the value chain. So lot of efforts should be need. We make to improve the compliance with food safety measures, basically good agricultural practices, in case of dairy, good dairy production practices, so that we reduce the wastage, we improve the quality of the food, and also ensure the safety of the produce. And also to ensure the sustainable, or to promote sustainable nutrition or nutritious diet, we can tinker with some of the fiscal instruments, tax, interest rate kind of things. We can have, for example, cigarettes. In each budget, you see that they are increasing the taxation. So that is the kind of instrument to reduce consumption of that kind of things. So we can play some of the instruments. It's not only that with this, but in combination with other measures, this can also help if we encourage, we give incentives for the promotion of healthy foods, for the promotion of nutritious foods, so that we can also play, the policy can play a role. And we need to create demand. We need to create demand for nutritious food, healthy food, and it's not that many of us are aware, but we are bound by, generally people call that we are slaves of tongues. So if something is tastier, we go for that. So a lot of persistent efforts are needed to change the behavior, and from the very formative stage in a school, in this education, we need more and more emphasis for promotion of that kind of educational awareness, because in the childhood, if you learn something, it is for a longer period kind of thing. So lot of information diffusion is needed, lot of sensitization and awareness has to be created. And also we should promote the traditional foods, and also methods, less processing kind of things. And there is a lot of diversity within India itself. If you see the Andhra plate, the Assam plate, means lot of diversity across regions, across states, and also there are several traditional dishes which are more nutritious, which are prepared in a kind of nutritious. So we need to promote also, and now a lot of startups are coming up with that kind of idea, and we need to. And apart from this, I think agricultural sensitive nutrition, a lot of people are that agriculture and nutrition, they are interlinked, because that is agriculture is the backbone, because we derive all kind of diets basically from agriculture. So, and for that, science can also play a lot of efforts now. Biofortification is being done. That can also help. I am not a breeder, but other people can take. And we need to invest more in the research towards promotion of nutrition sensitive commodities, and also to generate accessible evidence which can tell that yes, if we are making investment, they are coming in output. A lot of challenges are there already. Dr. Goswami has mentioned about climate change, mentioned about many things. But here I just want to tell that we cannot keep a smallholders, we cannot keep livestock keepers that don't keep your livestock. It is creating problems for the environment. The solution has to come from technology, whether we have the right kind of technology which minimize the emission of GHG. And also this debate, I think, is lopsided. Lot of time livestock is being criticized for that having more footprint on carbon emission or GHG emission, but have we ever analyzed that how much it is positively contributing through the organic fertilizers, through the farmyard manures? If you discount the net sort of kind of may not be so high, the people are talking, because we are accounting only emissions, but we are not accounting how much reduction in urea and other kind of fertilizers we are doing with this kind of dungs and farmyard manures. So that is equally, and to organic farmings and other things. Okay, there are several options: organic, natural farming. This there are multiple ways of the farming, and it should coexist. We cannot go only with organic, we cannot go only with chemical fertilizer. There should be some spaces. If we promote organic farming again, the question will come whether we will be able, or our ecosystem will be able to sustain that kind of number of livestock which will supply the required organic manure or the dung. So again there will be kind of vicious circle kind of thing. So it has to be thought in an integrated manner, holistic manner, and in a balanced. We should not be against chemical, we should not be against organic. It has to be integrated nutrient management, balanced fertilizer, and balanced fertilizer, we should promote the application of balanced fertilizer and blend of organic, inorganic, depending on the situation, depending on this kind of thing. Thank you very much. These are few points.
Wonderful interventions by all three speakers. Now I would like to change a little bit at the topic, because I want to take advantage of Dr. Rishi Bhatnagar, who has a background of IT. So I want to know from you, sir, where are we in India in terms of adoption of next generation agriculture technologies? Artificial intelligence, machine learning, this is being talked about. On the one hand, we are saying about that 80% people are small landholders, and technology adoption rate is very less than 2%. On the other hand, we are saying that these are the upcoming technologies, it will in any way in road to India, maybe 10 years down the line, or 5 years down the line. So where are we and how to do that? I mean, is it possible to adopt these technologies at all in India?
Yeah,
let us debate on that.
Let me give my thoughts. And first of all, I am the odd man out because I've come from the industry. My target is to generate profitable, sustainable revenue and not to create new, my solutions, my services are all to generate more revenue, which is profitable. Okay. So when I see accessibility, affordability, and acceptability, so Gautamji, my thought is, what is the problem? How can I make it affordable? How can I make it accessible so that I can generate more revenue and more profits? Okay, and that's how the whole system works for the industry. Okay, so we see every industry in a very different manner, and we try to categorize them into 4 ways, because there are 4 M's to an industry. First is the methods they use, the material they use, the manpower they use, and the machines they use. Okay, so we have 4 M's: machine, methods, man, and material. And when we start thinking about agriculture, and I'll come to your question, sir, when we start seeing everything into these M's, and we say, okay, for agriculture, the material is soil, water, seeds, fertilizers, insecticides. And how can I make that man skilled enough to use these things optimally so that the production is high? So what are the methods they are using? How can I skill that man? And then the machines they are using. And that's how we see everything and try to create that niche value proposition which can generate profitable revenue for us. Because I am in a different business. Okay. So while I come to you, sir, and give you the overall perspective in the agriculture sector, because I have that research done, and I have also done a research through a different agency on the amount of jobs that will be, new jobs that will be generated because of Internet of Things in the agriculture sector. Okay. And so that also, but I give you an example that we found that Haryana and Punjab, they have rich farmers, and they have larger farmlands in comparison to people in the eastern UP, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, Bihar. They have very small farm. And the harvesting time were different. Okay, I don't know why, but the harvesting time was different. And there was a time when tractors, large harvesting equipments used to move from Punjab and Haryana toward these on rent. Okay, that means we found that there is a need for these small farmers to have this farm equipment that can be on service, like Uber. Okay, and we realized that if I provide a technology so that these farmers who have these high-end equipments, they can rent it, and the person who takes it on rent can bill it and pay it and use. then it's a business model. Okay? So we create a complete IoT platform, a solution by which a person can say, I have a tractor. Now this tractor is free. And somebody else can say, I need a tractor. And I will be built this way. Okay? So Uber. And we create that platform. We first, just for, we are a 2-decade-old US-based company into Internet of Things. We give connectivity to machines, and we give connectivity only to machines. And our SIM connects to the best possible network at a given location at a given time. Okay. So, if you have a problem of less connectivity at a particular area, our SIM can work. We have a complete IoT platform. And today we have 15 million devices connected on our platform. And we get 2.6 billion messages every day. So what you can think about AI, ML, we do it every day. Okay. Because we have been doing it since last so many years. And 2.6 billion messages every day, you can imagine the kind of scale we are looking after. In India, we came in 2016. Today, we have somewhere around, say, 200,000 devices connected in India. And but majority of them are automotive. Out of 15 million, I talk about, 8.5 million are automotive. Okay. But there are agriculture products also. So we started this, the Hello Tractor kind of app in Africa. And today, around 60 to 70% of the small farmers in the sense of land they are using this app, where the large, I say rich farmers who have the equipments, they give it on rent, the whole billing and everything happens on our platform, and they are using it. We brought it in India, and we thought of launching it not in Punjab and Haryana, but in Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. We launched it. It has started working. Now the government of Rajasthan and the government of Madhya Pradesh are talking to that organization, because we are not the tractor providers, we are the technology providers. Okay, how to put that device into it, how to create the connectivity, how to build this, that how much has been the usage is what we do. Now it is scaling. The last 2 years, it was totally closed. Nothing was happening. Everybody was focusing on how can they sustain what they are doing. But now I'm expecting it to grow again, and the scalability will increase. Another thing which I say as the adaptability. So when I think about, again, methods, man, machines, and material. When I think about material, the soil test. I used to work for Mahindra's, and for 10 years I worked for them. We used to have that farm equipment shop, and that in the farm equipment shop, how to bring the farmer, how can I provide more value to them? We requested, if you can come with your soil. We'll test your soil and tell you how much is the nutrient in your soil and what more you require. And that started attracting the smaller farmers. They came, whether they wanted our equipment or not, but they started coming, and we could start telling them, okay, you can take this, you can take that. And we are now starting with Mahindra's. We are trying to start with the tractor on a service. Okay. Many times, I'm not sure, all of us must have heard of autonomous cars. So this city in US is going to have autonomous cars. When will it come to India? I don't think it will ever come to India. But can we have an autonomous tractors? Yes, that will come. Because you have a very defined field for a tractor to run. And there you can run it. So how to have those technologies, bring it to our problems, utilize them, and generate revenue, which is profitable. Okay, that's what we are doing, sir. As far the adaptability is concerned, for the high kind, the cash crops, the availability and accessibility and affordability is very high. If you go to the Karnataka's coffee plantation, from each and every tree you can find out how much they produce. If you see a Nestle coffee box, there is a barcode. You can see in that barcode that which farm, which tree the seeds have been taken from. And that's where the technology has come. So if I have to divide the whole, into the high profit generating crops, low generating crops, or there is no profit. In all those areas, in the high profit generating crops, the acceptability, adaptability is very high because they are affordable. But at a lower level, it is not. And there we had to come out with the Uber kind of services. How can I generate that kind of technology as well as business process so that it becomes affordable to them, so that there is an acceptability. Okay, and I can give you multiple examples, but before I leave this and ask you for another, we are doing a pilot. It's still a pilot stage, and it's a very different kind of pilot. We started doing an Uberization of villages. Amazon for villages. Okay, so in Meerut, and many of you must be knowing Meerut, we have started with these electric vehicles. 3-wheel electric vehicles which can run for 100 kilometers in a one battery charge. So in the morning 4 a.m. this charged battery electric scooter will go to the 25 kilometer round village, and all these villagers will give their new produce, vegetables, fruits, and they'll also say, when you come back tomorrow, bring this for me. Okay, so he'll create a list and bring it back, and then put it in the refrigerator, pile it, use it as a transportation device, charge 10 rupees for transportation. In the evening, where the heart is, he will collapse his e-rickshaw, put the vegetables there and sell it. Okay, that was something that started, and that started happening with these 25, and we were able to get some ministers, and they were happy to announce, and they were happy to take it to their own this. We thought, can I put a medical device which can take the blood pressure, blood sugar, few things into it, and train that driver? The driver, if the farmer has to come to this city, he will have to pay 250 rupees for a blood test. Now he'll pay only 50 rupees. So how to make it sustainable? This driver was skilled with these equipments, all my IoT devices, and they started doing this. Then we thought, can we put a soil testing sensor? Then we added the water sensor, and now we are doing an experiment with a drone. Okay, so this drone will now go take a photograph of the whole farm, see whether there's an insect, there's some pesticide or whatever. Now the farmer can get everything at his doorstep. This model is, I'm not saying it is hunky-dory, everything is fine. It has a lot of issues, but we have tested it.
Is there any business case for this?
This is a business case because it is generating money. Yes. It is generating money. It is a new kind of, the business and jobs using the latest technologies. It is providing the service to the unserved and generating my target, which is revenue, which is profitable. Okay, and because there is initial investment required for that three-wheeler, e-vehicle, all those kind of equipments, we took some help from Philips, we took for that pilot, and now it is becoming a pilot that can now be scaled, Now there are different discussions that are going on. Can we add something else on that three-wheel e-rickshaw? Yes, we can. Can we do something more on that? Definitely. It is generating jobs, it is providing service, it is generating sustainable revenue for us. Will, not now, but it will. But that's how, we see any problem in a very different manner. Right now, honestly, I have not seen nutrition as a problem. But when the industrialists started seeing it, then all your nutrition products came into the market. And people buy all, iron tablets and vitamin C. Instead of eating amla, everybody eats a vitamin C. Yeah. So, but we see differently, and we find solutions which can be accessible, affordable, and acceptable. So to me, we have to make a business case and see how can we as industry generate more profit out of it. We'll make it accessible and acceptable and affordable. Yeah, thank you.
Good. Good information you shared. Now let us spend some time on this resource utilization, optimized resource utilization. You all know that excessive use of water, excessive use of fertilizers, pesticides. How to optimize this? This is another question being asked in many forums, because we don't have that much luxury to go for unlimited water use. Already scarcity is flagged. So let us understand what are the options available with us at present or in future. Can you throw some light, sir?
I can say something. Well, good discussion. We are learning several new things. Business. What is the business? No, this is most important. Business, and public sector has to learn how to do business. Our salary, will come on the last month, so we are very happy about that. But not in your case, of course.
Yes,
but
sir.
they get bonus actually, that's why there is incentive, Srivastava. Anyway, so this point, optimizing resource utilization in agriculture production system, especially water and nutrient management. See, what is our biggest resource? Our culture says soil, water, sunlight, these things. Sunlight is free, water is free, electricity is free, everything is free. The problem is you are living in a democratic country. So whatever you will plan, you will fail, certainly. You should have planned A, B, C, D, E, F, G, up to Z. Anyway, coming back to, this, what should we do? I think in the beginning he said we know what we have to do. There is enough knowledge. Now the single easiest solution for water, any input, is genetic innovation. The seed, a smart seed. So the moment we had that green revolution seed, suddenly everything changed. 300 years we were struggling to increase production, nothing was happening. Crops were falling. There was guano war in Chile, European armies fought for that guano, excreta of bird. That was the fertilizer. Then that Bosch, what is that Bosch company? Ammonia from the air, so there is urea. So it came to our blood, and then DDT, and now it is plastic. Seed is something. So we have to invest on genetic innovation. Invest, keep on investing. A drought-tolerant variety will resolve our 90% of the problem. I know wheat. I know some crops. We used to give how many irrigation? 5 to 6. Same 6 ton. Now in 4 irrigations, 3 irrigations, you can get same. In 2 irrigation, you can get 4 ton. This is investment in genetic innovation. Crops, new mustard, hybrid. Oh, everybody is growing mustard, 30% higher yield. So what we have to do is continue to invest on genetic innovation, because seed is not that grain, it is genetics. And you need investment. One transgenic cotton, everything changed. You became exporter. So that investment. Second is, so I'm telling bullet points what we are doing, not based on, review of literature, or companies are doing same thing, So they study what a farmer needs. From Punjab, he was asking why cropping season is different. It's temperature. Temperature is lower, so crop will not mature. Temperature is higher, so crop will mature. So every 200 kilometers from Punjab to West Bengal, temperature will change by 1 degree. So when I see my mobile, Ludhiana minimum temperature is 4, it means 6 in Delhi, it means 8 in Lucknow, it means 10 in Varanasi. I can forecast immediately, it will be 90% correct. Yeah. So temperature moves at the speed of 1 degree, 100 kilometers from this to this, just like my body. So this is the way we agriculture people, we don't see all that data, we just rely on common sense. Anyway, that was old story. Now we rely on mobile, of course. Thank you very much. So now second thing is genetic innovation enough? No. Green revolution happened because of dwarf wheat seed? Yes. 100%? No. It's 30, 30, 30. Or maybe 25, 25, 25. 30% the seed, the genetics. 30% the agronomy. 30% the policy. Or maybe 25, remaining 25, all awareness creation, campaigns. And suppose I have technology, there is no awareness, then what will happen? So let us not forget the role of media. Unless there is knowledge, nobody will go for that Uber. Nobody will go for that Hello Tractor of Nigeria. Ikriset and Simit started that Hello Tractor in Nigeria. And 3 years ago, everybody was surprised. Oh, it is possible in agriculture machine also. No, he's saying yes. Yeah. Anyway, so machinery. Now, second thing is, after genetic innovation, what should we do for mechanization? This is drip. Now, drip is very old. Drip, subsurface, surface and subsurface. This is being used in vegetable everywhere. Only by raised bed, only by laser leveling, you can reduce your consumption of water by 30%. And it is being promoted, laser leveling. In Bihar, a project is there in all 38 districts. We are part of that. We are leading that project. Laser leveling, only in Moga district of Punjab, about 5 years ago, 1,200 laser levelers were purchased within last 5 years. Before that. Why? It saves 20% water. Then drip is present in whole of Maharashtra and Karnataka, everywhere fruits and vegetables everywhere. Karnataka, what they used to say in many places, even in Mirzapur, Sonabhadra, what you sow from right hand is better than what you sow from left hand. When they're broadcasting, water is so scarce, the timing. When you plant, what you plant, and therefore now there is technology coming again here, genetic innovation plus mechanization plus conservation agriculture. There are a lot of things available. They have to be scaled up. Farmer is generally not interested, unless he is really under pressure. So you have to give policy now. Why he will purchase? You will develop. We have technology. Now we know how to use water, fertilizer together in drip and subsurface drip. And results are very, very convincing. If you give same amount of water through drip, in regular intervals, yield level will remain 5 ton. It will not go down in cereals. Even if you plant very late. Now this year what happened? Temperature went up. India exported a 6 million ton minus. This is unofficial figure. I have not seen, I heard. So don't take it official, But I heard there was a dip. Although in central India it increased. So we have that technology coming up in several stations. We have a research center, Borlaug Institute for South Asia, where we are doing this research on drip, surface, subsurface in cereals, not in vegetables and fruit crops, where it is popular for 30 years. India is a leader in that. So we have to do this, but in resilient agri-food system, it's not only variety, crop is most important. What you will grow where? Don't grow rice here, but everybody is growing rice. Do you know 38 crop models were tested by Indian Council of Agricultural Research and universities in last 20 years in Punjab, Haryana. Most profitable is rice wheat. Most profitable rice wheat. Sorry, because easy to produce, storability. Now here we are using drip irrigation. So grow rice in a different manner. Grow wheat in a different manner. You can do it. And fertilizer. See, fertilizer use efficiency is also same story. But there is no magic in this. Because, he was saying machine, man, method, all those things. It's, right time, right type, right dose, right method. Fertilizer also has 4, right things. Time, dose, method, and type. Now he is saying fertilizer will not be available now. Here also genetic innovation will help. For example, now there is nano. Nano I think is your field, Srivastava. Nano is coming, fertilizer. Nano is coming, this is one. Second is, one example, BNI, biological nitrogen inhibition. So there is a gene which will insert in the plant. It's not transgenic. It will produce some chemicals. It's not recombinant gene. It's coming from a related similar species where cross is possible. It's not transgenic, no recombinant. Transgenic is nobody will allow. You can do gene editing, now it is allowed in India. So other than mechanization, that kind of which I am telling, where research is being done and more investment, it's policy also, subsidy, you have to promote, you have to tell farmers, encourage them, and they don't adopt. So all these things are there. And soil, you have to protect soil. Conservation agriculture, you have to follow. Crop rotation, nobody is doing. Diversification, nobody is doing, but some people are doing. Neem-coated urea, all those, there are technologies are available. The problem is how to make them. I think we need private sector. See, I'm a fan of private sector. The reason is they see the gap. Wherever there is profit, they will be there.
Correct.
And profit is everywhere. So we believe in public-private partnership because, private sector has its own limitation also. University, 10,000 acres. No, a private sector cannot purchase 10,000 acres of land. So you do research, give them technology, they will refine it and they will propagate it. But I can tell you, technologies are there. Technologies are there and they can help you in conservation of water, soil, fertilizer, even chemicals. We are using drones in Bihar 2 years ago. Nobody believed when he said we are using drones in Bihar. Drone in Bihar? Very simple drone, Then I think somebody repeated, I said somewhere it's flying mobile. Camera, it can see the field. Put a sprayer. Doing. So we do within our research. So first we have to do research within our farm. Then we have to go to outside our farm, and private sector is sitting here to help us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry if I took longer time. Sorry.
Dr. Arvind Kumar, will you add something?
Yeah. I talk first about the water and then the nutrient. The way the rainfall has decreased because of the climate change. That is one, but also the way we have stopped conserving water because of the water conservation structures that we had. We didn't maintain them properly. So these are the two reasons why we see less water availability. So there is a reduction in water available. Now, but there is another point about water is the quality of the water that we irrigate. That's also a concern, getting a big concern. But then the question is that is technology available? Yes, a lot of technologies are available where you can have even the rice which people cultivate, people push 3,000 liters for 1 kg of rice water. We have the technologies where rice can be cultivated with the drip irrigation. And so you can substantially reduce the water. But problem is that farmers, these technologies have not been used by farmer on one side, but then our policy, if we provide the free water, who is there who will invest in water, in precious use of the water? So that's not happening. So there has to be knowledge generated to the farmer that this water is very precious. The knowledge that, you are growing the crop. The Rajiv Kumar in the morning, he said that you are growing the crop on the moisture. You are not growing the crop on the water. But farmer doesn't understand. What farmer understands, rice farmer, is that he should have few inches of water in his field. And this we have not been able to change. For years, we have not been able to change. So this is something that we need to invest in. But number of technologies are there. Many developed by the private sector, the drip irrigation and the way that they disseminated this drip irrigation to the vegetables, and then the way it came to the cereals also. Now second part is about the soil health. We all know that our soil health have gone down, and we also know that how much we have invested in maintaining the soil health. Nothing. From the time that we moved towards mechanization, from the time that our animals, we stopped maintaining animals, we didn't had farmyard manure, and so we have not, in fact, replenished any of these fields. But then science is not bad, and I tell you, the whole use of the fertilizer, science never recommended that you go for the unbalanced use of the fertilizer. Science always recommended to have the balanced use of organic and inorganic fertilizers. Science also recommended that how do you diversify your cropping system. What is needed in the rice wheat cropping system but we didn't follow it, and we are paying a price to the extent that our soil have become non-arable. That's not my sentence in the morning, that we are cultivating a soil where the soil carbon has gone so down that it's nearly non-arable. But there is another problem in the soil is the microflora available. No, that has also gone. They are not able to survive because of the reduction in the soil carbon and deterioration of the soil health. Now there we have to put a lot of effort in these two aspects. There is a lot of effort on water. Government has also initiated some effort on maintaining the soil health. But the way this soil health is deteriorating, probably a lot has to be done. More so, not only that we do the demonstrations and this, there has to be a lot of knowledge transfer to farmers because they have a special attachment with the land. So that is necessary, and that is where the linkage with the machine will help. Linkage with the machine, you were saying that you test the soil. But if we tell them that your soil is getting sick, your soil is really sick, like you are sick sometimes, probably that may help. But we have to put a lot of effort. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think most of the points have been covered by both the panelists. So I will not repeat. And just to add, I think we have the paradox. We are achiever in the food grain production, achiever in the vegetable and all agricultural growth. And during pandemic, it has become an engine of growth also for the economy as a whole. But at the same time, our soils are not good, as pointed out by the other panelists. Also, inefficient use of water. Water table in many regions are going down. And we have additional challenges because of climate change also. The frequency and distribution of rainfall has changed a lot. So how to make, one is already Dr. Joshi has pointed out, investment for genetic innovations. I totally agree that continuous investment and variety can have. Apart from that, technologies are available, but we have not been able to upscale the adoption of those technologies, and there are several regions. It's not only one region. So efforts have to be made to enhance the adoption of those resource conservation technology, whether it is seed, development of seed, whether it is drip irrigation or some other kind of things, and adoption can be enhanced apart from the availability of the technology, other instruments also. For example, we don't have the conducive policy environment to rationalize the use of water. In many states, free electricity, free water, so farmers don't have much incentive to save, and they are not so enlightened that it is going down, means short-term gains they are looking after. So we need some tweaking in the policies also to promote rationalized use of natural resources. And another option that could be that shift in methods, for example, rice flood irrigation, but also drip irrigation, and also during pandemic when labor shortage became acute in Punjab, lot of area under DSR, direct seeded rice, and we have heard that yield has not compromised much, means it has not gone down much, but it saved lot of labor requirement, and also it saved water. It saved water. Similarly, larger land leveling, saving water. So these kind of shifting in the methods of cultivation, methods of the farming can help, and we need to upscale those also. Another option means it is not always easy to change the cropping pattern, but yes, we need to shift the cropping pattern. So we need to follow the scientific cropping pattern, not always that kind of thing. So some is this, and for that government, in fact, for the long time they have been making that agroclimatic regional planning, that and people are talking the sugarcane should not be grown in Maharashtra, where water is scarce, and rice not much in Punjab. But there are issues. I mean that we can have agroclimatic regional planning, and we can promote. As mentioned, in democracy we cannot enforce, but we can have some incentive structure, some kind of policy and institutional structure. Apart from that technology, we need a vibrant institutional framework to promote these kind of shifts. So these are some of the options. Also, sometimes unintended. I was visiting many villages in Bihar, and I saw that the area near the village now it is becoming waterlogged, because har ghar nal jal means every house will have this piped water, and nobody is stopping, and 24 hours it is just wastage. And because of that, means the area near the village, just outside the village, the most precious land is becoming most kind of always waterlogged, means you cannot grow anything. So these kind of, whenever we plan any interventions, we need to also visualize what could have the adverse impact or externalities from that intervention. If we are giving irrigation, at the same time we should also have drainage in the mind, means proper water management, not only irrigation kind of things. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Would you like to add?
Yeah, I just add two things. One, there are some smart automatic irrigation solutions that are available.
Yes.
Which has been able to help remotely monitoring the irrigation part and controlling the water utilization. There is a pilot that we are also doing in some parts of the country and trying to see if we can help. Yeah. The another thing, drip or irrigation, everything is there. As Anjani sir clearly said, unless there is an incentive, why anybody will do it? Okay. So, the farmer is getting free water, free electricity, why will they save it? We saw this, if you see the total water consumption, 70% is in agriculture, around 25% in the industry, and only 5% in the households from municipal corporation that comes. So that 25%, which is in the industry, the government has been getting very strict, and they are saying any amount of water that you are getting out of the earth, you have to meter it, and then you have to pay for it. So we have been able to come out with a solution which is able to give you how much water you have consumed and how can you reduce that water consumption. Especially in the paper and pulp industry, for any kind of water intensive industry, we have been able to work on reducing by 30% of the water consumption. And I know a solution which is been awarded by the government also. But this is how we have been able to do. But because there is a penalty to them, that's why it is becoming a regulatory requirement and people are investing in it. There is another thing which is, look, company like ours. If we use electric vehicle, we get a carbon dioxide emission numbers and we get a clapping and a brand. Even that kind of incentive are not there even for the farmers. Okay, that if you are going to use less water, we can buy your crop at a slightly higher price. Whatever be the way, but some kind of incentive is required if we really want to focus on the water reduction or your optimization in the agriculture sector. Otherwise, the problem will persist.
Yeah. I think World Bank has started some experiment in Punjab, and that if you use less water, they are giving some incentives. It's on pilot, but 50 or so experimental stations.
Anyway, good discussion. Now, may I request each of you give me one bullet each on how to promote non-traditional food crop.
Not me.
If anyone can give us from policy perspective, one bullet each.
No, but why? Why unnecessarily, Where needed, we should do. See, this is the problem. We come with the idea, do it.
No, sir, from nutrition point of view.
I am telling nutrition. See, it's a good idea. See, sorry, please don't mind Arvindji, he works on millets, We should do wherever it is possible. I think the private sector knows. They do client-oriented breeding, client-oriented service all the time. They know the client and they know product profile. Nobody will grow. I was purchasing, sorry, you have very little time left. Eh?
Yeah.
I was purchasing missi atta and I was mixing wheat, gram, barley and this pearl millet. After 1 week, it used to become kadwa. So I was thinking, why it is happening? Then I was told that the storing capacity of pearl millet is very low and they are doing research to improve it. That kind of research is required. So let us see what is practical where. Because if a crop is not profitable, nobody will grow. So we should promote, we should diversify. I'm not saying where is the market. See, there is no profit, there is no business model. Yeah. So private sector, what is farmer? Farmer is a private sector. What is the ATM? ATM is the bag in his store. His daughter has to pay fee. He will sell one bag of whatever he has. That cash, he will go in school and pay the fee and bring some money. He is a poor man. See what is the average income of farmers? You cannot believe if you see from state to state. 6,000 rupees somewhere it is. See the village, go during wheat season and ask, give me some atta for sample, I will do analysis in the lab. He will say, sorry sir, I don't have atta. Because rice was harvested, I get as labor only rice and some rupee. You will not eat food that day. You will forget big hotels, 5-star hotels, all those things. Same day. Poor man. Think of those 90% farmers, they are very, very small. They are in serious difficulty. So let us think, again this is the problem, supply side. Demand, what do you want? So if he is happy with millets and all those things because they are hardy crops, they can be grown profitably, very good. Let us do genetic innovation, promote as much as possible. But if he is not willing, give them biofortified crops, zinc-rich wheat, zinc-rich, iron-rich rice, vitamin A-rich maize, same purpose. So we should diversify depending upon all these, practical issues. Not only because, there is, International Year of Millet is coming, next year International Year of Rice will come. We should promote with practical mindset, and he is more competent to tell where it can be done. It's because I am finding a lot of, in my mobile today we had a meeting. I have so many points here to say. They are saying all these things. I want to diversify in my farm, do research. They are saying, sir, where is the market? Where is the cuisine? Where are the varieties? Are they profitable? Can farmer compete? Private sector will adopt because only private sector can do that spreading. Public sector cannot do. So all those practical things we should do, handle with care. Thank you very much.
Let us listen from Arvind.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Look, let's go to back to the blackboard. Why rice and wheat became so popular? Let's go to that blackboard. Because government provided the profitable price. Yeah. Give that to millet. The moment government gave it to oilseed cultivation increased. The moment government gave it to pulses, we became nearly self-reliant in pulse production. So promoting millet or pulses or oilseed is not giving them a favor. Give them a place. What you have given to other crops. Why now? Because you are not having the nutritious diet. Now, how many of you know that from the pearl millet you can get iron up to 70 ppm? Other crops can't reach there. Yes, it has problem. It is the most hardy crop that can be grown under the changes that climate is happening. The high temperature, the drought and all this. So millets, when we say promote millet, is not give a favor to millet. Give its due place to what you have given to the other crop. Now that doesn't mean that millet will be cultivated everywhere. Millet can be cultivated very well in the dry lands where the other crops are not probably better suited. We don't want millet to be cultivated in highly irrigated area where other crops are available. But we do want millet to be promoted in Rajasthan. We do want millet to be promoted in the dryland area where the other crops cannot be promoted. And it's the promotion of millet. I give you an example. How many of us were eating, how the food system has changed, how wheat has come into the food system of Eastern India, and how rice have gone into the food system of Punjab, Haryana to extent. And that has happened because of cultivation and the knowledge. When the moment the people have that they are cultivating it, they start using it. So there is a need that we promote millet. Now, next year will be something else for sure, but the millet has a place because it is a Government of India initiative. This is a Government of India initiative because Government of India felt that probably millet needs to have a better place in India than what it is. Probably this is also our need to diversify. So when we say diversify, we don't say remove rice, wheat from where it is cultivated, but cultivate these crops in those regions where it is necessarily needed. Now, a lot has to be done. You said, because these cannot be just promoted by saying that we cultivate millet. There has to be demand created. It has to become the part of our food system. That people start eating it and enjoy eating it. Let's make it more tastier than rice and wheat. It's happening. And then people really enjoy eating it. So look, you can have one day you are having rice, the millet is also part of the diet, and then you get that nutritional supplement. I don't see any harm. It's a profit. It's a added profit to us. We have started a smart food campaign. Many of you may be knowing, some of you may be knowing, where we say grow millet to a place where it is needed, where millet is good for the planet, where it is good for the farmer, and where it is good for you. So include millet in your food. And so we promote millet to those areas which are drylands, where there is less water, where the soil is bad, soil health is bad, and where other crops won't be able to survive. But we do say with confidence, the moment you bring millet in the area where there is enough water, where there is soil is good, its productivity is as good as wheat. Now it is for the government to decide whether the government wants millet to give the same kind of profit and the price that it has given to other crops. There were reasons why rice and wheat and maize were given that profitable price at that point of time when we were struggling to become self-reliant in food availability. Now there is solid reason why millet should be promoted, because we are not self-reliant in nutrition. I stop here. Thank you.
I think topic is going to be very interesting, but our time is not permitting. Would you like to add something? Or
only one or two.
Please. Quickly, you have to bracket the whole.
Very quick. I think Dr. Arvind Kumar has already covered. So my one pointer will be one thing, sir. Sometimes there is a law in economics, says law of economics, supply creates its own demand, and we are witnessing quinoa means we were not aware when it came into the market. Now it has become at least part of many upper middle class. So sometimes we need more innovation in the products of minor millets to create demand among the consumers. So I do agree that we need to create level playing field for the promotion of non-traditional crops. The treatment, which I am not against, I always believe in diversity of the production as well as diversity in the consumption, but not lopsided treatment. Means whatever policy support, incentive structure have been built for the food grains, this rice, wheat, same kind of level playing field should be created for other crops also.
Good points. Now, before we conclude, let me summarize the whole session. What we got from this, what are the key takeaways from this whole discussion today? one point emphatically came in that our technology adoption rate is very poor. So let us consider technology adoption from demand side angle, no push from source. That is the key takeaway from this one. Second thing is regarding resource optimization, genetic improvement, drought tolerant varieties are the key prominent suggestions came in. Finally, maybe third point is, whatever the case may be, we try to push, economy will drive the system.
Yeah.
So if it is positive, the farmers will take it. If it is not, farmers will not take it. Fourth one is our adoption of next generation technologies. We are not, that is not ripened enough for India as of now, though it is brewing up, but it will take its little time because India's ecosystem is so heterogeneous. So maybe after 5 years of when we sit together again, our discussion point could be different, but as of today, it is some sort of a very low acceptability in this, our economic condition of our farmers. What Dr. Saab is saying that only genetic variation is not enough. We have to work on other aspects, agronomy, policy, and marketing as well. Regarding crop diversification, yes, we should go for crop diversification, but we should not show stepmotherly attitude to non-traditional crops. They should give a level playing field with the common crops, traditional crops, with the non-traditional crops. Regarding business case for hiring of machineries and other thing, if we can take create a business model, then only we will be able to push through to our agriculture system. I think if I missed out, if you can add, or this is a few key takeaways from my understanding from our policy, our discussion. Yeah, please.
PPP.
Yeah.
Don't forget PPP. Yeah. Public-private partnership. See,
public-private
very, very important. Very important, and definitely, that policy.
Yeah.
Policy can make difference. Give money, cricket is popular. Give money, kabaddi is popular. Invest. So convince government to invest. Simple. It will happen.
What is the role of education? When we are training chemical engineers, they go into the chemical industry ready to, they are well informed about all the technologies and so forth. We have agricultural universities. Do any of those graduates actually go into farming, or do they pursue other careers? So, is there a continuous stream of well-trained people coming into the agricultural sector that can make a huge difference in terms of adoption of technologies, using best practices and so forth?
Yeah, look, you have really put the finger where the problem is. So we get our education in agriculture, and we aspire to get a job somewhere, and we don't go back and start having the agriculture as a profession. So that is where I said in my initial comment that make agriculture profession prestigious, honorable, where people really enjoy going to go and do the agriculture and say that I am an agriculture professional, I am having agriculture as a role. There are some people, but those examples are very, very less. There are people who have not been from the agriculture field, have come up, set up the farm, and have done very well. So those kind of examples are there. But then the technology, education-wise, more or less we are at the same place. I don't see agriculture education not doing what is needed in the agriculture. It's doing. But the problem is the client is somebody else. In your case, you are getting the education or you are providing the education and your client is the user. The user here is the farmer, whom we are not providing that education, whom we are not able to reach. That is the real problem here.
Can there be continuing education for farmers? Like,
Yes.
They reach out and short-term modules and
No, actually, honestly, I have learned more from farmers than in my classroom. Farmer is very smart.
Yeah, but
Problem is the new technologies which are coming. New technologies, there they need training, capacity building. And if you ask 10 farmers, please raise hand, your son will go to agriculture, nobody will raise hand. Out of 10, only 1 will say, my son will go to agriculture. 9 will say, no, go out of agriculture. There is no profit. So unless, as he said, there's a business model, he has a cooperative big system or a big farm, a value chain and all those kinds of things available, market, etc. It's all majburi. But certainly, because of all these new technologies, capacity building is something this is what my friend is selling, Arvind. So this is what is required.
Contrary to all this, whatever you deliberated upon and the questions which you answered, probably all politicians are doing the job. They are saying we stand for the Kisan, we stand for all those people who are not able to get a job, unemployed. So probably that's what the marketing is.
Yeah. That's why it is being said that income of farmers can be doubled not by agriculture but by non-agriculture. Combining both. Only agriculture cannot do, equally.
Only agriculture cannot be enough also. It may be efficient, it may be profitable, but it cannot be sufficient, because even in rural areas, the rural households income, around 48% of the rural households income come from the non-agriculture sector. Yes. So again, I will put a word of caution. Agricultural fundamentalism is not the way. Means again, in rural areas, more development orientation should be for promotion of rural non-farm sector also. So you can reduce the migration to urban slums and urban areas. More agro industries should be put up in the rural areas, and the time has come for part-time of farming. Suppose I am doing job and I am cultivating because lot of technology, lot of mechanical equipments have come. So farming has become easier also. So otherwise, if the farmer is dependent only on agriculture, he cannot excel. He cannot, the kind of land holdings we have in India, he cannot excel. He has to depend on income from outside agriculture. So our efforts is to bring efficiency in the agricultural production, but at that same time we need also promotion of non-farm sector.
मैं एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ, हिंदी बोल सकता हूँ ना? हाँ. हिंदी आती है आप लोगों को? ऑल नो हिंदी? ओके. मुझे लगता है अगर हिंदुस्तान को सुधारना है, इस देश में बड़ी शक्ति है, ये महाशक्ति रातों रात बन जाएगा, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. अगर हम जिसकी बात कर रहे हैं, हमने गांव में देखा है, जब मुझे भारतवर्ष को देखना होता मैं रेलवे स्टेशन जाता हूँ, वो है भारतवर्ष. बस स्टैंड पे जाता हूँ, वो है भारतवर्ष. ये नहीं है भारतवर्ष. अगर हम एक छोटी बच्ची जहाँ भी है, घर में, गांव में, खेत में, दूर, खलियान, स्लम, कहीं भी, उस पर फोकस करें, उसको देखें कि उसको कष्ट नहीं होना चाहिए, ये देश रातों रात बदल जाएगा. उसको करिए. क्यों 10 किलोमीटर पानी लेने जाती है? कुछ करें हम गांव में, उस पर फोकस करें हम लोग. और एक इंटरनेशनल ईयर नहीं, हर दिन मनाना है उसको. हर रोज आप देख लो 5 साल में क्या परिवर्तन हो जाएगा, गांव खेत हर जगह. उसको करें. ये मेरा सुझाव है, मैंने गांव में बहुत देखा है. उस पे फोकस करें, शहर गांव सब बदल जाएंगे. दिस इज माय सेशन. दैट लिटिल गर्ल, डोंट फॉरगेट दैट लिटिल गर्ल. दिस इज माय. थैंक यू.
I think we have come to the end of the session, and let me propose a sweet vote of thanks to Goel would like to add. Very quick. We have to leave the house. Hall.
have seen every Arati who deals with the farmers, be it, your wheat grains, wheat, rice, whatever it is, or vegetables or fruits, they are all crorepati's. Go to any mandi. I live near a mandi where I see all food farmers, food artis and vegetable artis and all that. And I myself come from the background of so they are all crorepati's. Why this farmer is in bad shape?
There is another session altogether we can organize for that.
System. Markets linked with them, which I believe present government tried to address in a way. They didn't understand it well. Other people are earning money from their produce very well. I have seen transformation of a guy कि वो 50 करोड़ से 700 करोड़ का आदमी हो गया इसी फल से. My own पड़ोसी. Why can't a farmer
Yeah. Look, you have to look, still farmer doesn't have the direct access to the market. Still farmer doesn't get the price, which is even the government support price. Not 100% farmer are able to sell their product on the government support price. So there is a lot of things happening in between the market where it is sold. Yes, there is a problem. So government, I say government is trying to address it. Problem is the whole national problem. So it will take some time, and that is again the technology plays a role. The way government has intervened and have ensured that every farmer gets its benefit on their account, on their bank account. The same way probably government will sometime find a solution, and we will have the solution, because now we know there is a problem. Now we know that there is a big problem, so there will be a solution coming.
Somebody told me that reforms will also again come, because the way 30 years back Narmada Andolan killed Narmada, but Sardar Sarovar finally came up.
So finally it will come. Yeah.
Yes.
Not today.
No, there are success stories.
I think, sir, they are operating a kind of monopolistic situation and without risk. Farmers, when they are producing, they are exposed to several risks: production risks, price risks, market risks. But trading without risk, the mal comes and they will, with margins, they will sell. So they don't have that kind of risk, and also monopoly kind of situation, which these reform measure tried to address. Until and unless you create the competition in the market, there will be no kind of optimum realization of the prices, whether it is a consumers or it is a farmers. But another layer of these traders, in Mandi they are crorepati's, but if you go to eastern India or even other parts of the country, leave Punjab, Haryana, they are outliers in Indian agriculture. So if you go to other parts, there are traders in the village who are equally poor kind of things, because they are operating at lesser scale. They are just collecting from some farmers and giving to some bigger traders. So they are not that, all traders are not crorepati, but yes, at this kind of ends, they are crorepati.
No, but Rishi ji has given solution, that kind of technology will help. No, that will work. Certainly, and there are success stories. Milk revolution, how it happened in Gujarat, egg, like in fruits and vegetables. So those things will take time.
Yeah. Sir, one more thing is education plays an important role. For example, certain things which we used to eat earlier, chia seeds.
Now again it has come back.
उनकी क्वालिटी में प्राइसेस का बहुत फर्क है.
बहुत.
थोड़े से लोग
ढूंढते हैं. एक चीज जो हम लोग उसमें फालूदे में खाते थे, शायद चिया सीड ही था. तब पता ही नहीं था कि ये लेस क्या होती है. अब पता लगता है कि हमारा जो फूड हैबिट्स थे, उनमें जैसे यू सेड इट कि फॉर न्यूट्रिशन पर्पस कभी चौलाई के लड्डू खाते थे.
बिल्कुल.
उसमें अलग न्यूट्रिशन था. वो एक वेल रिसर्च सिस्टम था. आई बिलीव हम लोगों ने उसको जोड़ दिया सिर्फ व्रत से. We need to connect it again with the science why we were eating it.
हाँ, लेकिन
एक particular व्रत में वो लाल चावल खाते थे. Those kind of things, they were well researched, items. लेकिन we missed on the point that we are eating it because it is iron content is more. We are eating cholai ka laddu because we are using gold, raisin
ये सब अमीरों का भोजन हो गया गुरुजी आजकल। दिल्ली का सर्वे देख लीजिए, 80% लोग 25,000 रुपए में रहते हैं। 80% लोग दिल्ली में 25,000 महीने में रहते हैं। इस अमीरों का है जी। अब अमीर जैसे कोविड अमीरों की बीमारी है, गरीबों की नहीं, उन्हें कुछ नहीं होता है। तो बहुत सारी समस्याएं हैं, लेकिन मेरे ख्याल में धीरे धीरे
क्लोज इट बिकॉज़ ऑलरेडी वी हैव टू वैकेट द हॉल। So I would like to thank each of you. A special thanks to Dr. Rishi Bhatnagar. His session is for tomorrow, but I requested him to be present today to give the industry perspective. Thank you, sir. And we'll see you tomorrow as well. It was a wonderful discussion.